Yeah. Mm. Greetings, you guys.
Give thanks and praise to the Most High N and I for the people of South Sudan. Let's come together so we can resolve our own problems. Peace and unity is more important to our country. Anagi asalu mushkila ta hakuma shuno. Kananina gi asalu mushkila ta hakuma shuno. Kananina ki asalu malitu majojibu salam. Kananina ki asalu lifu de kudu le shuno. Kananina ki asalu witu maju salam aliatu. Yaki anina ki asalu witu maju salam aliatu. Kananina mazin salam tashukul waziri. Anina mazin tifakia tashukul naib rais. Anina bigata banin kalamu gasimu sulta wa mafi salam. Yaki junubin bigata banin kalamu gasimu sulta wa mafi salam. Anina ki asalu mushkila bitakum shunu. Santi Gideon di asalu sa mushkila bitakum shunu. Nas ikan ki asalu mushkila bitakum shunu. Yaki alam di asalu sa mushkila bitakum shunu. Itukulu ya siyasin ya muminin ya mutamanadani. Taalo nugani fulata kulana the round table. Taalo nugani fulata kulana the round table. Ninagale taalo nugani fulata kulana the round table. Wana suma shakila beletena ikhlas wa aman. Wana sugati ya tajunun kulana zeyal junun. Wana suma shakila beletena bekel mawahid. Wani asalu nufus na kaman yake mushkila dabada minwen. Kalina asalu nufus na kaman Zesiyasin Kalina asalu nufus na kaman insecurity da jahilwen. Kalina asalu nufus na kaman mutu da jahilwen. Kalina asalu nufus na kaman kerahia da jahilwen. Kalina asalu nufus na kaman kebelia da jahilwen. Kalina asalu nufus na kaman kalam fasade jahilwen. Kalina asalu nufus na kaman yakamuwata de jahilwen. Kalina asalu nufus na kaman sulumu badun de jahilwen. Anina mazin salam tashukul waziri. Anina mazin tifakia tashukul naib rais. Anina bigata banin kalamu gasimu sulta wa mafi salam. Yaki junubin bigata banin kalamu gasimu sulta wa mafi salam. Ashan kita kalina jibu salam. Salam al-haqiqa. Salam fi beledana. Salam di wahidunina. Salam al-haqiqa. Wa yalla darfa beledna. Salam al-Haqiqa, unarfa junub nafo. Salam al-Haqiqa, narfa balad nafo. Salam al-Haqiqa, kelina narfa balad nafo. Salam al-Haqiqa, unarfa balad nafo. Peace and unity is more important to our country. I appeal to the African Union and the international community to immediately stop bloodshed and genocide in South Sudan. If you want sustainable peace, stand up for justice. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day there will be none. Non-gunmen killers, killers of my people. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be seen. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be known. The same people who kill people in Malakal. And the same people who kill people in Botown. The same people who kill people in Bentiu. The same people who kill people in Rumbek. The same people who kill people in Bibor. The same people who kill people in Quajo. And the same people who kill people in Wowtown. For the crimes against humanity, get ready to face the court, international court. For the crimes against humanity, get ready to face the law, international law. For the genocide you have committed, get ready to face the law, international law. For atrocity on our people, get ready to face the court, international court. For the rape, looting and robbery, get ready to face the court, international court. For the killing, women and children, get ready to face the law, international law. For kidnapping innocent people, get ready to face the law, international law. For detentions without trial, get ready to face the law, international law. For the poisoning of important people, get ready to face the law, international law. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day there will be none. Non-gunmen killers, killers of my people. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be seen. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be known. The same people who kill people in our will. Anagalia gonna send people who kill people in a the same people who kill people in Yambio. Anagalia gonna send people who kill people in Juba town. The same people who kill people in Katikachi. The same people who kill people in Lokiliri. The same people who kill people in Magui. Anagalia gonna same people who kill people in Mundri. The same people who kill people in Mangala. The same people who kill people in Kondokoro. The same people who kill people in Lowe. The same people who kill people in Numule. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day there will be none. Non-gunmen killers, killers of my people. Non-gunmen killers, one day there will be seen. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day there will be none. Non-gunmen, Gijibule na Mutu Ketiri. Anagalia pana non-gunmen, Gijibule na Wajageliba. Non-gunmen, Gijibule na Kore Ketiri. Anagali Junubi non-gunmen, Gikadulu Junubi Kurion. Non-gunmen, Gijibule na Mutu Ketiri. Anagalia pana non-gunmen, Gijibule na Wajageliba. Non-gunmen, Gijibule na Kore Ketiri. Anagali, non-gunmen, Gikadulu Junubi Kurion.
Non-gunmen Catholic moving Kuliam fell and the Hagiga. Yeah, so my brothers and sisters, people of South Sudan, أنا بحييكم. أنا بس نسيت ما كنت قلنا ترابونا عشان بتطروا لي شواتين يا جماعة معلش. وين بس قلنا سكر كده. أنا شايف بأنه في كل الأجهزة بتاعنا هنا ضيوفي موجودين بقى في منصة كأننا كنت قلنا تجنيس عشان كده تطروا الشواتين wherever errors الجيجا لأننا بريجا ورا in 7 ways للناس اللي راسلهم. In Jesus' name, you guys are all protected. Yeah.
Defender, comforter, is your name. Alpha, Omega, is your name. Kilana geni leita, kilana fadulu leita, kilana geni leita, kilana fadulu leita. You are my defender, comforter. Praise your name. You are the Alpha and Omega. I worship you, Lord. Kilana geni leita, kilana fadulu leita, kilana geni leita, kilana fadulu leita. You are my defender, comforter. Praise your name. You are the Alpha and Omega. I worship you, Lord. Let the land be sanaita. Umanya obejeri lukuwa. Zakure kure, alibejere mabikutaba. Itarabuna rabuna, ifutukulu. Musana mualaku, teisimtaki. Bidaya wanikaya, teisimtaki. Ita mabigeru, ita Praise your name. You are the Alpha and Omega. I worship you, Lord. I worship you. Kelala geni leita, tafi mashaki. Kelala fadulu leita, fita joroka. Kelala geni leita, kelala maruape. Kelala fadulu leita, alijawa. You are my defender, comforter. Praise your name. You are the Alpha and Omega. I worship you, Lord. Hata fi mashakil ketiri Umamta dunia ketiri awi Kila na geni leita Rapuna Kila na geni leita Ibanuli ala manina Kila na fadulu leita Rapuna Kila na geni leita Kila na geni kabita Rapuna Ana ya uleita yawe Itanema fimani na Yesu Masia Kena magini tabita Ramuna Fisama Kela na faduleita
كده أنا فاضل ليتا ده كان أخت بتاعنا ماما نانسي ويا غنوا ترنيمها الجميل ده. وأنا بحييكم أخواني وأخواتي في يوم بتاع الليلة اللي هو يوم الأحد الموافق 31 ماي 2026. في اليوم بتاع الليلة ده هنستضيف فيه اللي هو أعضاء من سوما أو من جبهة الخلاص الوطني على رأسهم الناطق باسم جبهة الخلاص الوطني اللي هو مستر سامويل ماناسا. هو برضو كمان عضو بتاع Salvation Council، وإضافة إنه هو أيضا هو senior leadership في جبهة الخلاص الوطني. وبرضو عندنا باشمهندس كونتاسيو وعضو بتاع جبهة خلاص، وعضو برضو في senior leadership and Salvation Council. هو برضو عضو في لجنة بتاع سوما اللي هو بقيادة جنرال توماس شريلو. في يوم بتاع الليلة ده احنا دايرين نقدم لشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. زي ما انتم شايفين the topic is very clear here. It says that Dar el Salam Consultation hopes, fear and prospect. ده التوبيك بتاعنا. فده احنا هنسمع اللي هو في ظل بتاع انترفيو ده عشان احنا نكون واضحين جدا في البروتوكول بتاعنا الليلة. هندي فرص لكل العضوين او القيادات بتاع جبهة الخلاص الوطني، وهم برضو اعضاء في سوما، فهم هيدونا تنوير لبابليك عشان هم البابليك يعرف بانه في شنو حصل بالضبط في مدينة دار السلام عاصمة بتاع شنو أو بتاع تنزانيا، اللي كان في يوم 22 تكون سميته إنه قيادات بتاع المعارضة كله مشوا هناك وعملوا consultation مع الرئيس الأسبق اللي هو الرئيس بتاع تنزانيا اللي اسمه بن علي الكويتي، اللي هو بعدين انتوا هتسمعوا من أعضاء بتاعنا. فأنا بحييكم في يوم بتاع الليلة. الحاجة المطلوب من كل الناس المستمعين واللي هيجي يشارك بأني المنصة، مهم جدا انت تستمع وندي فرصة هم يكملوا أسئلة، وبعد ذاك هندي فرص لناس في غرفة أو ناس برضو في يوتيوب المتابعين عبر الفيسبوك كانوا تقدرين تجوا بالذات في كلاب هاوس بيكون كويس عشان كيف تطرح سؤال بتاعك. لو عندك سؤال در تطرحه في الخاص وانت مشغول بكون انت في الشغل ولا اي حاجة، ممكن برضو ترسل لنا عبر اجل باك شانل او تكتبه في الكومنت سيكشن، بعد ذلك احنا نشيل سؤال ده نطرحه. ويا ريت انه السؤال يكون عنده علاقة بشنو بالكلام اللي احنا قاعدين نتكلم عنه. لو بقى في اسئلة تانية عنده ذات علاقة، لكن ما بالضرورة إنه، لكن ممكن أعضاء بتاعنا يجاوبوا عليه برضو ما مشكلة، لكن يكون في إطار بتاع اللي هو الرهن السياسي في جنوب السودان. فأنا بحييكم أخواني وأخواتي بحضور يا هو. طبعا ضيوف بتاعنا كله ينضموا، ويا ريت ناس اللي هنا يعملوا شير لغرفة عشان أداك إحنا نخلي إنه عدد كبير من الناس إنه تستمع. فقبل ما أمشي قدام ندي أجل فرصة لأخوي بولدوزا، كمبيوتر بولدوزا بكون عنده في مسج هودر يقولوا قبل ما إحنا نمشي قدام. فضل كمبيوتر.
السلام عليكم جنوبين. أنا طبعا زول البنادو بولدوزا. أنا ما عندي حاجة كثيرة، أنا بس بشكر الناس كلها اللي جيت في يوم الليلة، والضيوف بتاعنا اللي جايين الليلة عشان يقدم لنا برنامج. نشكرهم كله ونقول لهم welcome, and I hope that everything will go as it is planned. And I don't have much to say. Thank you. And good to see you, compatriot Soba, and good to see you, Bashmandis, Potassio, and all the rest that will come. Thank you. God bless you all.
يا شكرا كثير كومباتريت بولدوزا. قبل ما نمشي قدام انا هدي فرصه للضيوف بتاعنا اللي هو باشمهندس كونتاسيو ومستر سوبا سامويل ناس سبوك بيرسون. انا هديهم فرص انه يعرفوا نفوسهم للشعب بتاع جنوب السودان اللي هيجي يسمعوا، لانه غرف ده وكل الحاجات ده مسجل. في ناس هيجي يسمعوا بعد في يوم تاني عشان هم يعرفوا ده ناس منهم قاعدين يتكلموا عنه. هنبدا بالباشمهندس كونتاسيو. ممكن كان انت تعرف عن نفسك لشعب بتاع جنوب السودان المستمعين هسه. تفضل.
كويس. شكرا compatriot Teresa, compatriot Bulldozer. Hope my voice is clear.
Yes, you're audible. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I am Contasio Ogia Oyek. عضو جبهة الخلاص الوطني، عضو leadership council، عضو في alliance سوما، برضو عضو في consultation أو في المشاورات الجارية في تنزانيا. أنا بختفي هنا. شكرا.
يا شكرا كثير الرفيق كونتاسيو وياك. زي ما انتم سمعتوا هو عرف نفسه. ما ضروري انا اشرح تاني كثير. نمشي للرفيق بتاعنا برضه استاذ سوبا مناسة. ممكن you're welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me hope my voice is clear.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, let me start by passing my appreciation and regards to the moderators, who, of course, compatriot Teresa and compatriot Abu, for this special invitation today to come and discuss this important topic that we have put forward. My name is Suba Samuel Manat. I'm a member of National Salvation Front, a spokesperson of the movement, and at the same time a member of Leadership Council of National Salvation Front. Today I brought greetings from the leadership of National Salvation Front, General Thomas Cyril Soka and his deputy, General Faiz Potur, and all the leadership, especially our political secretariat headed by Madame Nasike, our Salvation Council headed by Madame Compatriot Rosemary, our Federal Affairs headed by compatriot Ajiba, and all the leadership, especially the Chief of Staff of the NAS Army, all the NAS members on this special day. We also wanted to register our appreciation, our belated Eid al-Adha appreciation to the Muslim communities all over the world, and especially in South Sudan, on this special occasion, and also for a Christian for this special season of ascension. Wish them well as they continue with their lives. We also appreciate the whole people of South Sudan, especially those who will be participating in attending this special encounter of today. Our appreciation also goes to our allies in the opposition, especially our allies in Soma, and also our allies in the SPLM-IO, and other groups that we are in communication with. We pray and we hope that we look forward for constructive discussion today. And if at all there are questions, we also hope that we'll be able to address those specific questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Subah Samuel Manasa, NASA spokesperson, for your introduction. Was well received. My brothers and sisters, we're not going to take a long time to go left and right. We just want to proceed with our briefing here. I have a few questions that I will actually ask them to our guests, and then they will try to give their perspective. And then after that, as I said, then I'll give you guys to a chance to come on the stage to ask your question respectfully. My brothers and sisters, people of South Sudan, my dear guests, Manasa and Oyek, I have few questions here. My first question to you: what is the latest update on the situation in South Sudan in regard to the status of the RT governors? Maybe I will ask this question will go to you, compatriot Subah, and perhaps when Oyek find himself that he want to add something, then he can go on. He can go on it also. Yeah, go on, compatriot Subah.
Okay, thank you. The question is about the status of the Artigon, and that is a revitalized transitional government of national unity. I think my response would be very simple and straightforward. Literally, the Artigon, as far as National Salvation Front is concerned, the agreement, rather the government which was formed out of the RRCs, basically has collapsed since the ouster of the Dr. Riek Machar, who was then the first vice president under this government. Why? Because the RRCs agreement has been badly read and technically drawn. We know very well that there are fundamental articles of these RRCs, this flawed agreement has been tampered with. And those articles, of course, are the one that testifies the legitimacy of this article, its existence, its incorporation, and its sustainability. So once all these things has been compromised, that means there is nothing called agreement there. So literally, the Artigon has been overthrown and replaced by individual political, I actually call them gangs, under Kir and his group, who are now running everything outside what they have agreed on as an agreement. That is politically on what Artigon is all about. As far as the country is concerned, economically, we know very well the country is bleeding. There is serious shortage of essential commodities in the country. And you know very well that our economy is a consuming economy. We literally produce nothing in the country. Everything comes from outside. So with the shortage of the foreign exchange and the challenges in the global economy, it has also affected badly the standard of living in the country. Serious inflation, almost triple-digit inflation in the country. High taxes on food commodities, higher exchange rate. The situation is not completely conducive to a common, ordinary South Sudan in the country. Because of this, it has a serious impact socially to the lives of the people. Very serious. I think these days, if you are hearing, there is a serious lawlessness in the country in terms of heightened crime rates. Almost unknown gunmen is taking over, especially in Juba. At least continuous killing, robbery, and whatever. All these things are exacerbated by the economic challenges and the fact that the government is not paying salaries to the people. And now people are looking for ways of how to meet ends, to bring food to the table by all means possible. This is social situation. The country is sad. The country is passing through its lawful level. Sorrowful nation is a country which is a sorrow. The people, South Sudanese, moves with their head down, shame. They cannot express themselves because those euphoria of 2011 that we are now independent country, we are going to be a free nation. It has flopped, it has failed under the project of the SPLM. Country with no hope, no future, moral decadence. You have heard of how raping is becoming an order of day in South Sudan. You have seen in videos how young girls have been raped. You see, all these kind of social issues are things that are brought by the economic situation, lack of law of order in the country, and a concerned government that respond to the issues in the state. This is the current picture that we have. Humanitarian situation, there is a serious humanitarian challenges in the country. You remember after Trump has cut or removed all the USAID assistance to South Sudan, that assistance has been the backbone of the support for most of the people in the country. Now there is nothing. Now, and of course, the government will not be able to substitute the gap which was created by the loss of the support from the USAID, hunger throughout the areas. And now recently there is a very serious threat of Ebola. And we are hoping that God will help let this serious scourge disease not at least penetrate into our borders or into our country. Otherwise, it is going to increase a very serious public health problem. So this is under humanitarian situation, diplomatic situation. The country is isolated. I mean, the government is isolated diplomatically. The South Sudan government is now regarded as a threat even to the region because of the instability, because of lack of security plan. You remember there are threats from terrorism, threats from money laundering cartels, and the like. So an environment like South Sudan will be a breeding ground for some of this, which will likely also threaten the region, threaten the interest of other people, players in the region, and the like. So the absence of a government which is legitimate, government that is functioning, creates this kind of euphoria and fear among the region. So this is as far as diplomatic issues are concerned. President Kiir is a beseech leader from within and from outside, under serious diplomatic pressure, especially after he has detained his principal in the RSS agreement. He is stuck. He doesn't know how to go about all this. And we know the latest UN sanctions are all results of fear that international community has over that country. And things are not going well as far as the international relations issues or diplomatic relation is concerned. Security-wise, of course, we all know South Sudan is things are not working out as security is concerned. There is one report that we came across that we are losing almost 50% per day on the violence-related offenses in South Sudan. And I think this is not a surprise. And this is only gun-related issues. How about other cases like hunger, diseases, and other fatalities? So you find that this figure might go even beyond that. Rule of law has collapsed. The state is shrinking. You cannot hear of existence of people even in most Payams and Bomas, the counties, even the states. You all see most of the state governors are all in Juba in their coordinating offices. Literally, what you call South Sudan as a country is now reduced to Juba City Council. Everybody now is coming to Juba City Council. Juba City Council is now replacing the whole country. So this is the state of affairs. This is the status of Artigono. This is the country called South Sudan as far as we know now. This is the picture, and it's very sad and gloomy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this comprehensive answer, Mr. Suba. Let's go and ask compatriot Oyek. Compatriot Oyek, انت لو ممكن در تجاوب بالعربي ممكن تتفضل يا لو عندك اي اضافه در تضيف بها.
شكرا كثير compatriot ريزا. بداية هاي كل الحضور في المنصة وكل الحضور الكتاب جمهورك الكتاب اللغادية. أحييكم تحية خالصة. ممكن مناص يتطرق لكل الوضع الحالي في البلد بكل الجوانب، وكان هو جوانب بتاعت الوضع في البلد أمنية وسياسية ودبلوماسية. الوضع البلد وصل فيها الإدارة البلد. زي ما كلنا متابعين إنه الحكومة هو عايش على فترات انتقالية وتمديدات، وممكن وصل المرحلة إنه ما في مفر ثاني من التمديدات، لأنه آخر جلسة الاتحاد الأفريقي أدى إنذار للحكومة بجوبة إنه ما هيسمح لأي تمديد الاتفاقية في فترة الجاية، ولازم يمشي لازم ينتهي بالانتخابات بعد ما يتم تنفيذ البنود بتاعت الاتفاقية اللي بيودي لانتخابات نزيهة حرة ونزيهة. وكلنا عارفين الفترة اللي متبقي ما بقدر يتم تنفيذ بتاعت أي بند من البنود الاتفاقية عشان الناس يمشي للانتخابات. يبقى الشرط هو شرط تعجيزي بالنسبة للحكومة، ولازم نحن عرفنا إنه أيضا كلنا متابعين إنه حكومة في فترات الفات من 2018 لغاية ما كون حكومة في 2020 ولغاية الليلة ما قدر ينفذ من الاتفاقية غير 10% بآخر تقييم. لكن بعد ما تم احتجاز ووضع السيد دكتوريات مشار في الإقامة الجبرية وجزء من الأعداء بتاعه في السجن، ده بيودي إنه الاتفاقية ذاتها ممكن فترة أجل ممكن قبل أسبوعين ولا 3 أسبوع الفات ممكن تم فصل كل أعداء بتاعت المعارضة من الاتفاق من البرلمان. ده يعني إنه ده كان البند الوحيد تم تنفيذه اللي هو بند بتاعت السلطة، وحصل هو تم تفكيكه. لذا ده بيأكد إنه الاتفاقية انتهت، ما تم تنفيذ أي حاجة منها. رغم نحن بنتابع إنه الحكومة سعي بكل طرق إنه يقوم الانتخابات في الفترة الجاية، ومعروف إن الانتخابات الفترة الجاية مستحيل تحصل، لذا حاولت بكل طرق إنه يعدل الاتفاقية عشان يسمح لها القيام بالانتخابات. وممكن كلنا متابعين قبل أسبوع بالكثير رفض المجتمع الدولي والاتحاد الافريقي وايجاد رفض اي تعديل الاتفاقيه، وحكومه راجع من التعديلات اللي كانوا خطاها، وده لا يعني انه حتى انتخابات ما عايزين يقوم في الفتره الجايه، لانه الباقي لنا كل فتره اقل من 6 شهر ولا 6 شهر بالكثير، وده ما بيخلي الاتفاق يتنفذ. لذا البلد هو ده دايليما أو ما عارف نفسه قاعد لوين، ولو ده بدأت تتعظم أكثر زي ما نحن كلنا متابعين إنه حتى الوضع الأمني في البلد حكومة جوبا فقد كنترول بتاعت إدارة الأمن في البلد، والبلد بقت كل مجتمع بدأت تكون لها ميليشيات عشان تحمي نفسها وتحمي ممتلكاتها، لأنه ما في دولة أصلا موجود اللي بيحمي المواطن، اللي بيخلي المهام بتاعه إنه ينفذ يحمي المواطن وبرضه الأمن، خليك من الوضع الاقتصادي الخانق اللي المواطن أصلا عايش فيها. أصلا ما في سلطة موجود، لا في مرتبات كلنا مرتبين كم سنة حسي ما في سنة وحاجة، ما في المواطن الموظف البسيط ما قاعد يلقى حق بتاعه تحت الأجور، والأمن في البلد كل زول شايل قانون بيده، والقتل والنهب حتى داخل جوبا. يبقى مستحيل إنه الوضع الجاي يكون في أي انتخابات في الفترة الجاية، لأنه الوضعية الموجود حاليا في البلد يعكس إنه البلد ماشي في وضع ما ممكن يستمر أو يجيبوا أمن في البلد وانتخابات حرة ونزيهة في البلد. ده ممكن أنا بضيف لكلام الصوبا قال عشان ما نقدر بعدك أرجع لك المنصة. شكرا.
يا شكرا كثير باشمهندس كونتاسيو للإجابة برضو المفاعم. نشكرك كثير. أنا داير نجدد. I want to refresh also to tell our guests who just joined now, we're actually hosting compatriot Subah, NAS spokesperson, and compatriot Oyek. He's a member also of SOMA and also of National Salvation Front and Leadership Council. They're here. We are hosting them to actually brief the public regarding what took place in Dar es Salam in Tanzania. The second question, compatriot Manasa and Oyek, what is the assertion of the Dar es Salam consultation by the former president, former Tanzanian president Zakayo Kikwete all about? Okay, Kwete. تفضل Manasa.
Thank you. I think we shall handle this topic here, this question, on the essence of the Dar es Salam consultation, both of us, in 2 ways. I will give a background of that consultation, how it came about, and then I will also ask my brother, friend, colleague Contasio to now take over from there, especially on the on issues that happened on the ground, because he was personally present in Tanzania. You remember Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, the former president of Tanzania, was appointed by the African Union Commission in March 2026 as the African Union High Representative for the Horn of Africa and the Red Sea. The appointment, of course, was announced by Mohamed Ali Yusuf, the African Union Commission chairperson. And I think the mandate of this African statesman was one, to advancing preventive diplomacy and mediation in the Red Sea, and in the Horn of Africa and Red Sea region, and then to facilitate inclusive political dialogue. And also the third one is promoting confidence building among the regional stakeholders. And then number 4 is to strengthen cooperation among regional and international partners, including IGAD, East African Commission, United Nations, and the Arab League states. Now, when you look at this portfolio, it covers the wider Horn of Africa and Red Sea region. Equally, Kikwete was given a special mandate on South Sudan under African Union ad hoc high-level committee on South Sudan, which they call C5. The C5 literally means these are countries, 5 countries. These are South Africa, Chad, Nigeria, Rwanda, and Nigeria, which were then created to support the implementation of the 2018 peace agreement. And I think you all remember after he was given this mandate late in April, last month, he visited Juba, where he met President Kiir and his government officials, senior government officials. He met other political parties who are part of RSS and the civil society groups. I think the idea was how to revive the implementation of the peace agreement, because I think people, as Contasio was talking about election and the concern of international community on how the government is failing in the timelines of the implementation of the agreement, especially that their mandate is coming to an end and technically election is not visible. Now the question of how they are going to do the election and how they are going to extend their mandate, and the fact that they have started trying to compromise the agreement itself, risk, of course, leading the country into all-out war. So that has been the part of the concern from the side of international community. And I think based on that, they decided now to come with this latest initiative on how to come out with the possibilities of how to address this problem. And based on this assignment given the month, spirit that also they recognize the fact that if there is a need for a durable, sustainable peace in South Sudan, then that peace must be inclusive. And then when we talk of inclusivity, there are people who are outside the country, opposition who are outside the country, who are not part, first of all, of RSS, and also playing a significant role as far as peace is concerned in South Sudan. So on that, he decided to invite these leaders, opposition leaders from outside to Tanzania, Dar es Salam, so that we also hear from them part of their story as far as peace implementation or having an inclusive peace in South Sudan is concerned. It is on this backdrop that the leadership of SOMA, under the chairmanship of General Thomas Cirillo and the Secretary Emmanuel Lagawin, who is a leader of NDF, National Democratic Movement Patriotic Front, and then Contasio went and participated in this consultation. And literally, it was a successful consultation. And maybe what I could conclude here is that this is not a peace talk. It is merely a consultation to pick opinion of these groups such that Kikwete, at the end of the day, will be able to write his report and submit to the people who appointed him, the C5, and then it will now this group to decide what will be the way forward for ushering peace back into South Sudan. So I think, Contasio, you can now go from this file, from this end, especially now on what transpired in Dar el Salam. Thank you.
كومباتر كونتاسيو، طبعا زي ما انت سميت السؤال وانت كنت بردك حاضر. طيب ما هو الجوهر المشاورات دار سلام التي اجراها الرئيس التنزاني السابق زكايو كيكويتي؟ فانت ضيف بقية الكلام في الكلام بتاع كومباتر مناسة. تفضل.
كويس. شكرا كومباتر. برضو أزينو مناس سرت على الخلفية بالتعيين بتاع الرئيس السابق في تنزانيا زكايو كيكويتي، والمهام الوكل له من الاتحاد الافريقي C5 عشان يكون هو المبعوث الخاص للسلام في جنوب السودان. هو قام بزيارات مبدئية عشان يعمل نصح عام للوضع الموجود في البلد. وفي آخر زيارة بتاعه في جوبا قبل ما يقابل المعارضة، أظن هو برضو عمل زيارة للريجن قبل ما يمشي جوبا، ومشى قابل المسؤولين في جوبا بكل قطاعات الموجودة في السلطة، وكل المعارضات اللي في السلطة، وcivil societies, political bodies، وبرضو الكوميشنز بتاعت الانتخابات. وهو استمع لهم كله وجمع الداتا بتاعه ومن رجع بعد رأى إنه لازم يكون من التشاور مع المعارضات عشان يكون عنده صورة كاملة عن الوضع في البلد عشان يقدر يقدم بعدك التقرير بتاعه للاتحاد الأفريقي وللC5. على الكلام ده ممكن من يوم الدعوات جات للمعارضات في الخارج ومنظمات المجتمع المدني عشان يمشوا في تنزانيا للمشاورات، اللي كانت في أسبوع الفات اللي هو من يوم 19 خاشات أو دعوات جات والناس سافرت ممكن يوم 20. بعد ذاك المشاورات كانت يوم 21 و 22. والحضور الدعوة كانت شملت كل المعارضات في الخارج، المعارضات السياسية اللي هو في كتلة مثلا بتاع UPA بقيادة بتاع باغانا مون، وسوما بقيادة بتاع جنرال توماس، وبعد ذلك برضو دعوة ل SPLM-IO في الخارج هو بقيادة بتاع الرئيس المناوي اللي هو ويت، وبرضو في كان السيد جابريل سامسون برضو كده أعلن تنظيم معه كمعارضة جديدة. وهو برضو كان مدعو، ومن ضمن المنظمات المجتمع المدني كانت بتاعت PCCA وهو بقيادة بتاعت غفرنر كوين أستاذ رجب مهندس. المشاورات ممكن أخذت الجلسات بدأت من يوم 21 لحد 22، واستمع لكل مجموع على كده. هو مجموعة المجتمع المدني، أنا رجب مكوير، مجموعة بتاعت UPA بقيادة فقان عموم، وهو قام حضور فقان عموم نفسه، ومعه أويا دين أجاك جنرال أويا دين، ودكتور شيرين أوكيتين، وجنرال ستيفن بوي، إضافة لكمبادر رفيقة أشول برضه من UPA. كانوا حضور، كانوا مدعوين وصلوا تنزانيا. وكما قلت أنا رجب مع كويل dan Samsung dan IO pikan nabarin minum idabatan le soma algo beare Thomas الناس ممثلا للناس وكنت شخصيا ضعيف كونتاسيا وإيمان رجاوين ل NDM Patriotic Front كان برضو حضور. والجلسات كما قلت أحد جلسات حسب التنظيمات كل الأحدة، وممكن كما تابعنا ببيانات كله المشاورات القامت. الهدف بتاعت المشاورة كما الصوبة يتكلم اللي هو أفويت دير ياخذ آراء بتاعت المعارض بالخارج عن الوضع في البلد. لذا الأسئلة بتاعه كانت بيرتكز لاثنين أسئلة رئيسية اللي هو بيتكلم عن الوضع بتاع في البلد اللي هو ممكن يتكلمنا فيها جبين. هم بيشوف إنه أو السؤال الأساسي إنه many agreements has been signed في الجنوب، لكن ما في السلام حقيقي موجود بعد كل اتفاقات المرة على في جنوب السودان. من اتفاقية بتاعت access agreement for resolutions to the conflict of South Sudan, and then 2015, and then our access ومشاورات أو إنتاج المفاوضات اللي كانت في روم بتاعت سنة فيديو ومفاوضات بتاعت التمايني. كل الاتفاقات والمفاوضات ده ما قدر تجيب أي سلام حقيقي في البلد. وده سؤال بتاعهم بعد ياخد بتاعي إنه المشكلة شنو؟ والأساس إنه بعد كل الاتفاقات ده ما بأي سلام حقيقي موجود في جنوب السودان. المشكلة شنو؟ الأساس في الحاصل ده. ده السؤال الأولى. السؤال الثاني ممكن بعد قال what is the way forward أو نحن بننظر الحل شنو أو رأي حقنا شنو عشان يكون في سلام حقيقي في جنوب السودان. So ده من الأسئلة الممكن في الجلسة اللي هو داير يعرف عن الوضع الموجود في الجنوب. كلنا بنعرف إنه الأساس في المشكلة في جنوب السودان هي عملية ممارسة الديمقراطية داخل أروقة بتاعت الحركة الشعبية التغيير السودان في جوبا في فترة 2013 اللي هو اختلاف في ممارسة الاتفاقية، ممارسة الديمقراطية داخل التنظيم أدى للأحداث 2013. وكلنا تابعنا إنه الاتفاق أو الممارسة الديمقراطية انقلب لاستهداف لمجموع سنية معين داخل مدينة جوبا، وبعد ذلك برضو نفس الاستهداف تم في بعض السنيات برضو في كل خاصة في الأميرة الكبرى، وبعد ذلك انتشر في الجنوب كله. أخذ تابع إثني أكثر من ما يكون فيها كان خلاف سياسي وأدى لعدم استقرار في البلد لغاية الآن. كلنا نتابع إنه بعد 2015 بعد 2013 جاءت اتفاقية بتاعت أكسس أجرى أكسس اللي هو كير رفض يوقع الاتفاق في قدام بتاعت الإيجاد والاتحاد الأفريقي في أديس أبابا، ورجع في جوبا إنه هو يشوف الاتفاق ده ما اتفاق البلاد المتطلبات بتاعه مع تجربة السودان. لذا الاتحاد اللي هو إيجاد نفسه رفع اتفاقية بتاعه جل في جوبا، وجاء خلص كير إنه يوقع الاتفاقية، وكير بعدك كلنا تابعنا وقع الاتفاق بتاعته. كلنا إنه أي زول جنوب السودان مر على الاتفاق بيعرف إنه في تحفظات كانت تحتاج إلى اتفاقية أكسس كانت 2015 وبعد ممكن بتحفظات الحاصل ده أدى ل دوك فايت. كلنا عرفنا ديزاستر حصلت في 2016 والوضع المرة به هو البلد لغاية ما المطاردة الخاصة للرياض لغاية ما وصل كونغو، وبعدك مشى سجنوا في ساوث أفريقيا. كلنا بنعرف الأحداث وكده. الاتفاق بتاع أكسس كلنا تابعنا 2018 كانت هو مواصلة لأكسس، لأنه التحفظات الكثير كان قدموا أدى لفتح بتاع الاتفاق من جديد وتم نقاشات. معظم بتاعت الأبواب اللي كانت في أجدة كانت يعني ما فيها مشاكل كثير الناس اتفق عليها. الناس الحاجة اللي كان فيها تحفظات كثيرة هو بتاعت الترتيبات الأمنية، لأنه في الاتفاق الأول كانت وجود الجيش، بعدك ده كان تحفظات كثير فيها وتم بتاعت الناس. ممكن الشد والجذب حصل في أديس أبابا في في بندين أو في تو تكساس اللي هو بتاعت الترتيبات الأمنية و power responsibility. الناس ما قدروا يوصلوا فيها في أديس أبابا، ولغاية ما تم تحويل مفاوضات لخرطوم. خرطوم تم اختراق للبندن اللي هو بتاعت الترتيبات الأمنية. ناس ناقشت واتفقت عليها، بما أن كلنا بنعرف إنه في كان اتفاقيات تم تحت الترابيزة بدون نقاش وتم توقيعه، اللي هو كان بيختص التقسيم الموارد في الجنوب بتاعت البترول، الصيانة بتاعت خطوط البترول لأنه توقفت فترة والسجدة كانت ده تم تنفيذ، كان تم التوقيع عليها مبادئ بتاعت المفاوضات بدون أي نقاش. وكانت اتفاق ده عن المواردات الثانية، كان اتفاق بين جوبا وخرطوم. وبعد ذلك الناس بدأت في ترتيبات بتاعت الأمنية بشكل حقه. الحصل فعليا هو ممكن إذا تم تنفيذ حسب الاتفاق ممكن كان عندنا جزء قومي، لأنه المعارضة بصورة عامة كانوا متفقين إنه يكون في establishment بتاع نيو آرمي اللي هو التكوين بتاع الجيش وطني جديد. والحكومة كان طبعا بيصير إنه يتم هو ريفورم القطاع الأمني ويتم استيعاب باقي المعارضات، باقي الجيوش بتاعت المعارضات. ممكن لو مررنا في اتفاق تلقى في بند من البنود في اتفاق بتاعت الاتفاق الأمنية بيتكلم بتكوين الجيش القومي اللي هو ما تم تنفيذه. زي ما قلنا عارفين كده، قلت في البداية إنه كثير قد قدم it was selective لبنو تدو دار نفذوا لبنو تدو نفذوا وبين تدو بتبينوا ما واجبوا ما بينفذوا. That is why هو قال في بعد ما وقع الاتفاق في خرطوم وجاء ممكن قال كلام واحد إنه this disagreement made to be implemented. لأنه هو عارف داري ينفذ شنو وما داري ينفذ شنو. ترتيبات الأمنية اللي هو كانت جنرال توماس هو كان خارج المسؤول لترتيبات الأمنية في المعارضة. كنت موجود برضه من ضمن الوقت ولغاية ما وقعنا الناس في ترتيبات الأمنية لأنه كنا بنشوف إنه ده الملف اللي احنا بنشوف إنه إذا تم تنفيذه ممكن يكون بتخلى لنا مش واحد من الجذور المشكلة كان هذا موجود في جيش قومي. الجيوش الموجودة عبارة عن جيوش بتاعت الأفراد أو زي ما كان موجود في أيام النضال. كل جنرال ما جيش بتاع ما بتعليمات من أي قائد تاني. ده وده SPLM بتاعت الجابية والغاد هذا حصل هذا الآن استمر بها. ما عندنا الجيش القومي اللي هو الجيش الممكن يمتثل القيادة العسكرية وكأي زول التراتيب العسكرية المعروفة إنه أي عسكري جاب من أي وحدة هو آلة ربما الناس بتمشي عليه تعليمات لكن بجروب ما موجودة أو ما أنت ما من أنت ما قاعد بتاعه في داخل المنظومة بتاعت القيادة بتاعي أنا ما بحترمك أطلب بقيت لواء. ده الوضعية اللي احنا فيها في جنوب حاليا. سعينا إنه يكون في جيش قومي. إذا تم تنفيذ الأساسة والاتفاقية بتاعت ترتيبات الأمنية ممكن كان يكون الوضع الحالي اللي كان موجود. ده الوضعية واحد من المشاكل اللي خلى السلام في جنوب ما يكون موجود لأنه ترتيبات الأمنية غير منفذ وكلنا تابعنا الوضعية الكير نفذ بها الاتفاقية ولغاية ما ممكن يأخذ من هنا ممكن ارتباط بتاع تقسيم السلطة هو الوحيد من أبواب الفم تنفيذه. ممكن لما تقييم الأخير كان بيقول 10% حاليا ممكن بيجا ما في نسبة بيقولوا في نسبة لأنه كل معارضة IO تم فصله حتى من الجهاز التشريعي. يبقى النسبة الموجود حاليا ممكن في تنفيذ اتفاقية الحرب تثبيت ما موجودة وده يعني إنه اتفاقية الأكسس بالنسبة لنا ما موجودة ماتت وده ممكن المشاورات ده يكون سبب الليلة يكايا إكويتي يتعين عشان نشوف الكل ممكن الناس نفسه ولا الاتفاق. ده ممكن كلنا بنعرف ناس كتير ممكن يتساءلوا ناس أو سوما ما جزء من الاتفاق تاع أكسس كيف يكون المشاورات التنفيذية تاع أكسس. عايزين كلنا عارفين 2010 2018 لما طلعنا من الاتفاق من خرطوم بين وقعنا قلنا بالواضح في بيان كان الناس تبقى الخلاص طلعوا قلنا إنه الاتفاقية أكسس 2018 معيب لأنه ما قدر يخاطب الجذور المشكلة بتاعت جنوب السودان ورفضنا إنه الاتفاق ده ما هيجيبه استقرار ما هيجيبه السلام داخل البلد ما هيجيبوا ازدهار في المواطنين بتاعنا. otherwise الاتفاقية ده عبارة عن اتفاق بتاعت السلطة تقسيم السلطة غير كده ما عنده أي حاجة تاني ممكن المواطن يستفيد منه. وفترة ده كلنا تابعنا حتى الإيجاد حدد جبهة الخلاص بأنه أنتم حتكونوا إذا ما وقعتوا الاتفاق ده you will be the spoilers, will be all negative force or spoilers. في اجتماع ممكن دارت في أديس أبابا بقيادة جبهة الخلاص الوطني ماليجات، وهم كانوا صريحين جدا إنه جبهة الخلاص توقع على الورق الاتفاقية، يشوفوا التحفظات حقها شنو، وريناهم تحفظات حقنا وهم قالوا الاتفاق البنود الوقع ما بيفتحوا فيه أي حاجة، والأساس بيجي عاوز مواقفنا ثابت زي ما قلنا قبل، وممكن يوجد تحديد في ذات إنه يصنفوا as a negative force أو spoilers. قلنا ما احنا كنا نجبر إنه نوقع أي اتفاق عند بيه مواطن بتاعنا، وإذا دارين تدوم جوبا region we are ready to go. وما حصل أي ترتيبات مشت وطلعنا من الريجن، وفي فترة ذات ممكن ياخذ شفنا الحملة الإعلامية الحكومة شنة في الناحية دي. حاليا نحن بنشوف إنه كل كلام كان قلناه في فترة ذات قبل تنفيذ اتفاقية 2018 بقت حقيقة، وجينا بحق حتى ياخذ السكرتوريز بتاعت الاتفاقية الليلة بقى في سجون بسبب إنه الحكومة ما داري ينفذ الاتفاقية. ده هو السبب ما بيخلي الاستقرار بالجنوب يكون موجود، لأنه النظام بتاعت SPLM في الحكومة في نظام كير في جاهز تنفذ أي اتفاق، لأن أي اتفاقية ما بيتمشى مزاجه هو ما بيمشي، ما بيهمه اللي يحصل في البلد شنو، كلنا تابع شفنا البلد حاصل فيها شنو في الوضع الحاليا، والوضع الاقتصادي المواطن وصل فيها، البلد وصل فيها، لا فيها طرق، لا فيها تعليم، لا فيها صحة، الخدمات الأساسية في البلد ما موجودة. زي ما نحن سمعنا لما تابعنا في اللقاءات بتاعت الحركة الشعبية السكرتير العام من قال يا أخي المنظمات لما انسحبت من القطاع الصحي وكلم للحزب هو حزب الحاكم لأن هي منسحبة لأسباب الحكومة قد تمارس فيها الفساد الموجود في البلد. كلنا شفنا إنه الطريقة اللي صرح به الأمين العام بتاعت الحركة الشعبية هو الدكتور أكول بأن هم أصلا ما فاضين للمنظمات ولا للمستشفى، عنه عندنا العلاج البلدي، عندنا أعشاب ممكن نقطع أي جذور بتاعت الشجرة الموجودة في البلد ونتعالج من خلاله، وبيعتبر إنه حتى وجود مستشفى أو قفل حقوق بالنسبة لهم كحق أساسي هو إنجاز، وده بيوري الحقيقة الوضع المزري البلد وصل فيها. المواطن يومين كل يوم بيموت بالملاريا، أبسط المرض ما بيقتل، وكلنا بنشاهد إنه ما بنستقبل حاجة في الجنوب، ما بنسمع إلا خيارين مثل الموت في البلد. ده ممكن ده حاجة أسباب الكثير من أسباب ممكن يقولنا السكايا جكايا دير عارف أن ليه اتفاقيات بعد كل اتفاقيات الحاصلة والمفروضات ده ليه اتفاق أو ما في استقرار في الجنوب، بعد كل الاتفاقات والمفروضات الحاصلة ما في أي استقرار. شرحنا له الوضع ده زي ما قلت باختصار، لغاية ما وصلنا ده الوضع. الحل شنو؟ what is the way forward؟ أو هو السؤال الثاني. هو the way forward زي ما نحن شخصنا المرض الموجود في البلد، الوضع الموجود في البلد وصل فيها. نشوف إنه كتبت الخلاص وصومة وبقى معارضات، إنه ما في حال في الجنوب بتجي إلا يكون في شامل يشمل كل جنوب السودان بكل قطاعات بتاعه، اللي هو liberties are faith-based and civil societies use women and discuss and answer the question, what is the problem really? That South Sudan is not stable. ده الوضع اللي احنا بنشوف انه عشان يكون في سلام استقرار في البلد لازم يكون في حوار شامل اللي بيجيبوا كل قطاعات مع بعض الناس تقعد عشان تناقش المشاكل بتاعت الجنوب شنو وكيف نحن ممكن نجيب سلام حقيقي وشامل اللي بيجيب استقرار في البلد. ده طرحنا كحل أو هو مسمى نقول ده مشاورات يا أخوانا، ده ما مفاوضات. الشيء الطرح بتاعنا قلنا لأنه ممكن قبل ما نجد الطرح المجتمع الدولي حاليا جنوب السودان بقت ما أولوية بالنسبة لهم خلينا نعرف، وهم بيشوفوا إنه البيسس بتاعت أي اتفاق عشان يكون موجود لازم الشرط بتاعت الشمولية يكون سلام شامل وكامل كل يجري هو يجمع كل الأطراف. لذا كلام تعتبره يتم اتفاقية بتاعت أكسس هو ممكن الاتفاق الوحيد الناس مفترض تمشي عليها بقت فقط المصداقية بتاعه أنه كلنا تبعنا أكسس ما قدر يجيب سلام حقيقي في البلد رغم السلاحة أكثر من الفترة المحددة من 2018 بقينا في 2026 عن 8 سنة ما في اتفاق في البلد حصل ولا حتى البنود بتاعت الاتفاقية تم تنفيذ بنت من بنود بتاعه. يبقى الاتفاق ده بقت عفى عنه الزمن ونشوف إنه لازم يكون في اتفاق جديد، اتفاق البيتنا كله شعب جنوب السودان يسموه بأي تسمية مع إن عارفين فترة واحد من الفترات في مفاوضات في روم حكومة انسحب من روم وجاء فترة طمأنينة لأنه كان طرح راوند تيبل المائدة المستديرة هو بيجمع كل الشعب جنوب السودان عشان يناقشوا وحكومة مش إنه رافض الفكرة حاجات مفترضة أو النقاط مفترض يناقشوا فيها لأنه نفس النقاط ده وقع في نفاشة مع مجموعة ناس طقانوا ملهم وجزء من اتفق معنا في روم نفس النقاط. قلنا النقاط ده يجي في إطار راوند تيبل كله بيكون موجودين عشان يناقشوا جذور المشكلة أساسي عشان نتفق كلنا ونشوف كيف يحكم البلد. هم رفضوا اسم راوند تيبل ده وده ممكن على ده لفترة ملف بتاعت طمأنينة. قلنا في فترة ده يدرين اتفاق البلم كل أطراف جنوب السودان وسموا بأي تسمية إذا بقت لنا راوند تيبل ده بقت لك عقدة نفسية سموا بأي اسم لكن دارين سلام اللي بيكون حقيقي وشامل وبيجمع كل أطراف جنوب السودان عشان يكونوا جزء من الأسرة السياسية ويتفق للسلام حقيقي وعشان البلد تستقر. لذا طرحنا الطرح كفكرة إنه عشان ما نقدر كل المجهودات السودانية السودان الجنوبيين قدموا خاصة ياخو عندنا أوراق جاهز أو اتفاقات اوريدي كان الناس اتفقوا عليها بداية من ممكن أجري أكسس وآر أكسس المعدل عند يهود شعب جنوب السودان ووصلوا لاتفاق رغم كل عيوب الموجود فيها لكن فيه حاجات كويسة والناس ممكن يستفيدوا منها. نفس الكيفية عندنا التوقيع بتاع المبادئ في روم مثلا في سنجيليو في نقاط الناس اتفق عليها ممكن يكون برضه يكون بيسس في المرحلة الجاية للنقاشات أو لأي اتفاق ثاني ممكن نستفيد برضه من نقاط منه. برضه عندنا طمأنينة الناس وصلوا لبعض تفاهمات ممكن في جزء ناس ما وصلوا لحاجات معينة تم اتفاق أو مواصلة بتاعت الطمأنينة لكن الأوراق الناس اتفق عليها already موجود برضه الناس تستفيد منه. يبقى كنا أكيد جمعنا آراء بتاعت كل التنظيمات السياسية ومنظمات المجتمع المدني الآن كان جزء في طمأنينة من جزء في أكسس ممكن نقولوا بالروم كان السيفل سوسايتيز ما كانوا موجودين لكن في أكسس وفي طمأنينة كانوا منظمات المجتمع المدني كانوا موجودين. يبقى بكون كده أخذنا آراء بتاعت التنظيمات السياسية كله سواء كان في حكومة ولا في معارضة وأخذنا آراء بتاعت منظمات المجتمع المدني و faith based organizations وبعد ذلك عندنا document أو بتاعت الورقة بتاعت الحوار الوطني national dialogue اللي كان initiated by كير وممكن أحد برضو مشاورات حتى على مستوى القيام على مستوى التقويم أحد آراء كل الجنوبيين في البلد برغم إنه مو جزء من المواردات أو كما كانوا كنا ما متفقين بالطريقة على دار به الحوار الوطني لكن في هو مشاورات الشمل حتى على مستوى الكاونتي أحد آراء المواطنين وفي نقاط هناك مهم ممكن يكونوا جزء من الحل. يبقى على أوراق ده كله عشان ما يمشي المجهود ده ما يمشي ساكت نجيب أوراق ده وندرس ونتكلم نموذج للوضع الممكن البلد يقدر يطلعنا من المأزق البلد ماشي فيها وهو يكون بيزك أو بيزك في النقاشات المبارمة القوى الوسطاء يدرسوا الدوكمنت كله بيكون بشكل اللي هم بيطرحوا يشوفوا بعدك يجيبوا الأجزاء الأطراف يقعدوا في المسودة اللي هم بيقدموا بعدك يبدأ مفاوضات عليها يكون كبيزك في حاجات كويس من هنا وفي حاجات فاتن بعدك الناس يكون هو ده الأساس بتاع الاتفاق اتفاق جديد اللي بيشمل كل المبادرات المرة في جنوب السودان والمشاورات التامة والحوارات الوطنية التامة يكون هو آراء بتاع كل الناس عشان الاتفاق الناس بيتفقوا عليها بيكون هو معاهد كل أي طرف من جنوب وما بيزول بيكون معاهد راية بتاعه نفس الوقت أي مواطن في الجنوب والتنظيمات السياسية يحس إنه أخذوا آراء بتاعهم. ده طرف اللي قلنا إنه ده ممكن يكون كبسك عشان نبدأ from scratch to start any agreement. We can start from where these documents are, and then it will be the basic discussion. So ده ممكن طرحنا كمعارضة وممكن المعارضة كلها اتفقت في النقاط ده لأنه قعدنا وناقشنا ممكن طرحنا النقاط ده وكلنا تبنيناه حتى باقي المعارضات بتاعت يوبي وهنا برضه طرحوا نفس الكلام ممكن تطرح بعد لأنه زي ما قلنا ده مشاورات هو اللي مع العرب وبعد ذاك هيمشي جوبا كان يمشي يشوف العرب هذا كنا من نجي هيقدم الريبورت بتاعه على لها إذا هم أو الاتحاد الأفريقي وإنه يكون في مفاوضات جديد وبعد ذاك نجي للمفاوضات وذاك الشروط وشنو اللي هيحصل كم زمان ده. لكن الفترة حاليا ده عبارة عن مشاورات اللي هو ما فيها أي الفرق بتاعتي إنه ده مواقف بتاعنا. لكن ده يهو proposals we just submitted to them. Then the end the Jakaya and his team are the one to decide the way forward so that we can come together. So ده ممكن الاختصار كل حاجة دارت في تنزانيا. والطرح اللي تم الطرحنا هو طرح بتاعت انه تستفيد من الاوراق اللي اوريدي بقى موجوده. يكون هو بيسك بتاعت ناس يقعدوا يطلعوا منه نماذج يبني عليها النقاشات. سو ده انا بوقف هنا ده ممكن يجاوب السؤالين بتاعت السيد المفوز اللي هو ليه استقرار في الجنوب ما موجود خير كله بعد كل الاتفاقات التامة والمفاوضات برضه ما جاب استقرار. what is the way forward اللي هو الحل شنو طرح رؤيتنا شنو للحل ممكن يجيب سلام حقيقي في الجنوب. سو ده هو طرح التعامل للحكاية من الإسفارة بوقفنا عندنا سنكيو.
يا شكرا كتير باشمهندس كونتاسيو للعمل الجميل الدقيق. يعني انت شرحت الحياة التفاصيل اللي حصل للجنوبين يعني بدقة عشان كيف توريهم بالضبط شنو حصل like exactly what has actually took place in Dar el Salam. And I really appreciate these comprehensive details that you have actually given to us here. And I hope the people of South Sudan from there, for those especially who are yearning and want to know exactly what has happened in Tanzania. شكرا كتير. أنا در نمشي. Let me go to the another question that I want to maybe ask my compatriot Manasa, NAS spokesperson. The question is, what are the hopes, fears, and likely prospect? Mr. Suba.
Thank you, compatriot Teresa. Usually in every event or initiative, there are likely hopes, at the same time fears, and to a larger extent prospects. As you have all heard from the explanation of the compatriot engineer Contasio, basically what happened, what transpired in Dar el Salam was basically a consultation process, and based on the consultation, we hope something will come out of it. So, as possible hopes, we are hoping that out of this consultation, at least a new peace roadmap for South Sudan should be developed, and that will provide a framework for serious discussions and for addressing the question of how to achieve sustainable peace in South Sudan. That's our hope. We also hope for inclusive peace process. You all know that the process at which RSS was arrived at was completely an agreement between political elites, but it has not taken into consideration the interests of the whole country. We have been having difficult situation explaining this situation in the beginning, especially in 2018, throughout all this time, as Cortesio put it, where one time we were even threatened to despoil us and the like. But we did explain to them that when you look at this agreement critically, in depth lens, because in interpreting any legal document, the most important thing is for you to look at the basis of the powers of the agreement and the distribution of powers and the process and mechanism at which this power, if it is translated from political power into financial, administrative, and the like, how is it translating and how is it going to trickle down to a common man? The context of South Sudan, for instance, in Payam. So when you look at this agreement, there's nothing like that. So, people of South Sudan usually, and they like looking things at the face value without concentrating much on the end of the whole thing. So when we started arguing, because we're looking at this agreement vis-a-vis the situation which is happening in the country, our experience from 2005 until when the crisis started, and you put this agreement arises as a solution for problem that we have undergone through, then you realize that we're just playing around. Remember, we have another agreement which is CPA, and the CPA alone, it is not supposed to end by the referendum. By the way, CPA has a overarching factors, particularly when we talk about the processes of nation building, especially the question of the development of a permanent constitution for the would-be Republic of South Sudan. The CPA was not silent about this process, by the way. You see? And that's why it has provided a government, a whole government by itself, controlling the South. The essence of that government, it is not only to provide autonomous administration to the people of Southern Sudan then, but it's actually to prepare the people of South Sudan for an independence. Such that when people go for independent state, we have all those freedoms that we have been asking for the last 50 years of the struggle. You see? So this has been the issue here. So this agreement, yes, arises has good things inside there, but definitely when we talk about chapter 1 and the aspect of securities and the like, which are the core and the fundamental, it has a lot of loopholes when it comes to the translation of it into reality. And we have been proven right. Now, people are crying, asking what is the way forward. If we have spent a little time in 2018 to look at that agreement at that time, there is an argument that there is an analogy where I come from, that if somebody tells you that you look at you don't have head, and you yourself, you feel you have a head, you have a neck, and the neck is holding your head, and your mind, your eyes are attached to your head, then for you, you literally answer that person that it is you who doesn't have a head, because I feel I have a head. In my village,
Oops. I hope Suba, maybe something happened to Suba, I don't know. Or somebody call? أنا ما أعرف. Maybe could be يلا ولا في زول اتصل لهم مباشر. Could be something. Sorry guys. Meanwhile maybe ممكن نشغل حاجة هنا. Could be probably network. Or somebody call him. Yeah, what the بتاعنا. Yeah. Dominic, can you communicate, please? Can they communicate now? Could be the internet issue. Oh, yeah. Yes, دقيقة. يعني دقيقة بس. Yeah, so by you're out. You're out completely. Kilta رجع في clubhouse.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry guys. Yeah, he will come now. And بكون the system kicked him out. كمان مرات internet days. Maybe he have pressed something by accident, kicked him out. Oh yeah. Yeah, welcome back, Mr. Suba.
I didn't realize how it went off.
Yeah, ممكن تدوس بس هي طبعا screen touch sensitive. Yeah, go on, continue.
Where did that end?
You were talking about it in your village.
In your village,
When somebody showed you don't have faith in them.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was printing an initiation where when we have been insisting that this peace will not help us, we are looked as if that time we don't have sense. And that's why these assertions of us being a negative force and the like come about. But then today, people have realized 8 years down the road, there was no peace, and the agreement which was there can hardly be implemented. You see that? So this is one thing. We also believe that, we hope that this time there should be, we hope for much diplomatic support. No agreement will work without diplomatic support. So we hope that the African Union will exert its effort with all the regional institutions, the larger international community, to ensure that if there is any initiative new, then they must be followed or accompanied by serious diplomatic support to make sure that the agreement is implemented in letter and in spirit. Also, we hope for fair mediation strategy. By the way, a mediation plan contributes to the success of any agreement. So if a mediation strategy or plan is fair, that provides opportunity for all the stakeholders, their queries, their fears, their observations are all accommodated, and the mediator weigh all the options and brings in suggestions, and these suggestions are subjected for analysis, and compromise are made here and there and the like. So, flexible mediations that raises hopes of all the stakeholders, make sure that it leads to the success of agreement. No, not the way we had with the RRCs, as the professor was saying, other things are made underground. As a lieu for this agreement to come through at the expense of the people of South Sudan. And now we are paying the price in terms of instability, in terms of the country collapsing. In terms of fears, as far as this process of consultations are concerned, the fears are also there. For instance, government may reject or may abscond. The example is there. Remember when we were in Rome, and government realized that the positions presented by opposition seems to be outsmarting them, and the reasoning behind the positions we are giving, the government does not have a counter plan, a counter argument, because in the indicators on how the country is things are going out of hand. So we are providing practical solutions for addressing the crises that are there. And in Rome, the mediation was also flexible. It provides platform for each and everybody to express himself. You know, government usually wants mediation to take place in an environment where they may use some crooked way, intimidation, such that you may not be having freedom to express yourself and the like. So we as a fear, government may also reject. Government may reject this process, and nothing will work out. Another thing is government may even resort to extreme measures. You see, for instance, they may even contemplate to make regime change in Juba through maybe palace coup, just to usher in new dispensation. And in J1, in the name of maintaining power, buy time, and the like. All these things are possible. You remember what is going on in Juba, the rivalry within the lawyer rings, the lawyer ring within J1, those fights within them. What are those fights for? Is it fighting over resources? Is it fight over positions? Those might be also fight to see how to have a soft transition. And when they have a soft transition, they may have an argument that the person that you have been all along against is now over. Now we have another person. But then this also brings in the issue of legitimacy. How did this person comes in? And we all know under African Union, when you come through a coup, it is illegal under African Union, and you are given at least 6 months or 3 months to hand over to a civilian government. This also brings a lot of complications, and there will be sanctions, all these kind of things. So that is still not a way forward for the government in Juba. So still, if they do that, let them also know that for us in National Salvation Front, as well as in Soma, struggle continues until Kir regime and all his vestiges are removed. So that's not an option still. The third issue is about sabotage. You remember a lot of saboteurs within the government. Even these RSs, how it failed is because there are people who are wrecking it from within. You see? So there are internal saboteurs, people who are operating within the government, and there are also external saboteurs from outside. There are people in the region who wants the status quo to remain as it is, because financially, diplomatically, they are benefiting. So they are not certain of any system that will come. You see? So these are realities. You see that? So these actors can act as spoilers for processes like this. So this can also act as a fear. As a prospect, we hope that under all these kind of consultations and the like, will end up in an adequate negotiation. I've already alluded in the beginning that mediation strategies, whether negotiation or mediation, significantly contributes to the outcome of peace. Especially if there is a good communication, if there is a good consultation process, there is a good confidence building issues, and so all this rotates around adequate negotiation. So that could also be possibly one of the prospects that this process may bring in. Then, of course, probably also as a prospect, maybe South Sudan will also have peace, at least peace. Let's not be completely pessimistic that this country called South Sudan will not have peace one day. Let's also have a trust that maybe one day, one time, a certain arrangement, a certain process will bring peace, sustainable peace, and we build on it. Though it is not complete, but we build on it until we have a lasting peace that at least our country will also, if we cannot compare ourselves with the whole world, we can compare at least ourselves with the countries in the region, you see. And also as a prospects, maybe this time will provide an opportunity for an inclusive dialogue. All the stakeholders. It has been always a dream as SOMA, as National Salvation Front, that we need to have a dialogue that represents all the stakeholders, all the segments of our society, and we hear from them, and we weigh, and we see how we can come out with a solution for addressing the issues that we have. That has been our call all this time. So we hope that this process of consultation will result to such dream. Implementation strategy is also part of a successful outcome of agreement of peace in the country. So how are we going to ensure that this process, in case if it succeeds, and then we have a framework, what is the guarantee that this agreement will be implemented in letter and spirit? And this depends on the also learning from all these agreements that we talked about, how they fail to be implemented, or how they even ended halfway. So how do we now learn from this process? Such that if we come for implementation, we make the cost of an implementation of agreement so difficult to the implementation of it. You see, the cost of the inaction to implement an agreement must be made so difficult. This will be some of the ideas and ways that people begin to think about it. You see, then the question of the guarantors. Any agreement should be guaranteed. Even a normal commercial agreement, contract, has guarantors. You cannot enter into agreement when you are not sure of you are not sure of the execution of the contract. And the contract, if it was defaulted, how are you going to redeem maybe your representation, maybe in terms of price? How are you going to redeem it? So it is possible when guarantees are assured in the agreement. So any agreement must have a guarantors. So this time, if at all any agreement is going to come out, we hope that the question of guarantors is squarely guaranteed, such that we don't end up having guarantors who, at the end of the day, become parties to the conflict at the end of the day. And this is also a source of why agreements are not being implemented or not successful in South Sudan. You see? So this is basically what I have in terms of hopes and fears, as well as prospects, as far as this consultation that took place in Tanzania are concerned. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Compatriot Suba, for really answering these questions. Really, because if we say we have hope, at the same time there will be also fears and likely the prospect. باشمهندس كونتاسيو، أنا ما أعرف لو أنت عندك أي إضافة، ما هي الآمال والمخاوف والتوقعات المحتملة في نفس السياق بتاع السؤال ده؟ لو أنت عندك أي إضافة لو أنت سامعني تفضل.
شكرا أكيد. أكيد كما كلنا نتابع الساعة في البلد والأوضاع البلد وصل فيها، وحتى الوضعية النظام موجود فيها، نشوف إنه ما في عمل ممكن بتجي من الوضع الموجود في جوبا، إلا الأمر الوحيد إنه الناس تطلع من التمسك باتفاقية اللي أنت بتنفذ بنود حسب المزاج بتاعك، ونجي ونقعد كجنوبيين ونتفق لاتفاقية جديد اللي بينقذ البلد. ده العمل الوحيد الممكن بيطلع شعب جنوب السودان من الوضع ده. كلنا عارفين النظام الموجود في جوبا سلم السلطة كله في يد بتاعت كير، سواء كان في نظام تحت الحكم القوة يديروا كديكتاتور، والوحيد الليلة degree relieving and appointing every day. ما في برنامج في الدولة إنه أن الاستراتيجية بلان الدولة ده يصل وين على الوضع الجنوب ممكن يكون شنو، لأنه كل وزير أو كل ديجري بتطلع ما بتاخد 3 شهور حتى تكون ما جاءت عشان يدع الخطة بتاعه. المسكن بتاعت السلطة الموجود ده الحل الوحيد إنه الناس تجي وتدع مصالح بتاعت البلد كأولوية عشان تقدر تدع البرنامج والنظام اللي كلنا بنجي أي زول ممكن يجي فيها وينفذ البرنامج الموجود، مش بيجي just because he want to be appointed without any program. So this the only way الممكن بيجيبوا عمل بتاعت البلد ترجع تستغل وتمشي لقدام. الوضعية بتاعت النظام الموجود في جبل الآن ما في نظام معرف حاليا، ونحن بنشوف أن السلطة تطلع من يد بتاعت شخص واحد. لازم يكون في نظام بتاعت الحكم، وزي ما ممكن نحن كتابة الخلاص بنطالب إن يكون في نظام الحكم بتاعت الفدرالي في البلد، اللي هو اللي بيودي السلطة لكل الشعب، وبيمشي حتى على مستويات الثلاثة الأربعة الموجود في الدولة. والسلطة الرئاسة أو الحكومة الاتحادية بيكون حكومة البدع السياسات، أما البرنامج التنفيذية بتاعت الدولة يكون على مستوى الولايات القيامات ومستوى الكاونتيز وكده. وجود نظام في البلد، نظام الحكم واضح اللي بيودي السلطات حتى مستويات الدنيا، دي ممكن الأمل الوحيد اللي بيخلي البلد أمل لشعب جنوب السودان وبيخلي البلد يزدهر. ده واحد من الحاجات اللي حاليا لأنه السلطة موجود في يدين تزول واحد، وهو يهو بمزاجه بيعمل أي شيء. ده واحد. الجزء الثاني هو جزء الخطة بتاعت تكوين في الجيش قومي، الجيش اللي بيمتثل لقرارات بتاعت الدولة مش بتاعت الأفراد. الواحد بيقوم الليلة ده ما عجبه ينتقله. لازم يكون في نظام تحكم القانون، والجيش اللي هو الأجهزة الأمنية في الدولة بينفذ القانون. حتى السلطات في الدولة لازم تنفصل حسب المستويات بتاعه. ده إذا بقينا عندنا جيش قومي اللي بيمتثل لقرارات الدولة بيتخذوا كعمل كقانون بتاع الموجود في الدولة، مش للأفراد أو لمجموعات. أكيد أي رئيس أو أي حاكم بيجي في الدولة بيمشي حسب الدستور والقيام الموجود ده. ما بكون عنده يد عليا عشان ينفذ اتفاقيات حق أو ينفذ القرارات بتاعه بالجيش أو بأجهزة الأمنية زي ما بدايره. حتى الليلة لو شفنا الأجهزة الأمنية بتاعنا ده عبارة عن جيش قائم بذاته. ما احنا قاعدين نكون نفس الجيش تم الجيوش في الدولة، لأنه التسليح الموجود في قيادة في الأجهزة الأمنية ما موجود في الجيش. لو جيت مسكت تايجر، التسليح الموجود في تايجر ما موجود في الجيش القومي. يبقى ده حتى تايجر ما دام هو قوات خطات الحرس الجمهوري، معروف المهام أو أجل مهام بتاع الحرس الجمهوري شنو؟ يعني ما قوات لدرجة إنه تسليح معروف تسليح خفيف، وهو مهام مراسم. حتى إدارة بتاعه بيتم من قيادة الجيش مش من قيادة بتاعت الرئاسة بتاعت الدولة، لأنه حتى توزيع وتعيينات حقه بيتم حسب سياسات بتاعت قيادة الجيش. إذا بقت كل السيادة اتعرفت وكل ودعنا قوانين وحتى الجيوش المتعددة الموجودة في الدولة ده بقت على حسب الدستور وحسب المعرف عليه في العالم، أنا متأكد المهام بتاعت الأمن هيكون معروف عبارة عن جمع معلومات، ومهام بتاعت الحرس الجمهوري هيكون حراسة في شخصيات الدولة، إضافة لمهامات بتاعت المراسم. ما عنده مهام تانية أكثر من كده. والمهام بتاع الجيش هيبدأ للجيش اللي هو حماية الحدود، وحماية بتاعت ممتلكات الشعب، وحماية بتاعت الدستور. لكن بالوضع اللي احنا فيها ده عشان نرجع العمل ده لازم نرجع إنه نأسس الدولة من البداية وندع أسس اللي بيخلي العمل يرجع للشعب والسلطة يرجع للشعب. ده ممكن الأشياء المعروف في دولة عشان نقدر نبني دولة حقيقة، الدولة اللي ممكن بقدر تقدم خدمات وبتشتغل من أجل الشعب. في مخاوف المخاوف زي ما كلنا عارفين إنه المخاوف الأمنية لأنه ما في أمن في البلد، وده أدى يوميا في قتل موجود، في نهب موجود، في نزوح حاصل للمواطنين، في جو في ما جاء وفي حاجات كله جاء لأنه ده عدم وجود سلطة مسؤولة توفر للمواطن كل حاجة. سواء المخاوف ده هيزال إذا نحن ما عملنا أسسنا بلد اللي بيخلي عمل يرجع للمواطن، والخوف بعد بكون المواطن بيكون سلطة. المواطن لما يكون سلطة يبقى الخوف الموجود في المواطن ما بيكون موجود، لأنه هيعرف الحقوق بتاعه شنو للسياسيين. يبقى حتى القوات الأمنية بيكون عارف مهامة بتاعه، وده بيرجع لنا. الشيء الثاني هو الوضع الاقتصادي. كلنا عارفين إنه البلد حاليا في كنترول، حتى الاقتصاد بيتم موارد البلد بيتم جمعه بأفراد في السلطة، وده خلى الخزينة بتاعت الدولة ما عنده حاجة. That's why بنتفق الليلة الجناح بتاعنا تعبانة جدا، لأنه ما عندنا موارد، ما عندنا سيولة موجودة في خزينة الدولة. لازم يتم عملية، لازم يتم وضع قوانين اللي بيرجع الغيبة الدولة، يرجع غيبة بتاعت الجناح بتاعت يكون قوي، عشان يكون عندنا ما أدري يكون نحن لازم يكون عندنا إدارة قوية في موارد الدولة. الموارد ده خاصة في الفترة إذا في اتفاق، عشان ما يحصل نفس اللي قاعد يحصل، إنه الجيش في إيدين تكيل الموارد بتاعت الدولة في إيدينه، هو بيعمل زي ما هو يشتري السياسيين، يشتري المعارضة، يشتري كده، لأن المعارضة القروش عنده. لكن إذا بقت في إدارة منفصلة للمعارضة الدولة، يدعى قوانين كيف الدولة يدير المعارضة، أنا متأكد ده بيرجع أمل للمواطن، والاقتصاد هيتسلم، وكل مواطن هيكون عنده مرتب بتاعه، عنده حق بتاعه إنه الموجود في الدولة إنه لازم يطالبه بطريقة صح. ده الجزئية بتاعت أي engagement جديدة عشان نرجع لازم نحن يكون في كنترول في الجيش وفي كنترول في الموارد. وده ضمانات، أنا بعتبر إن ده ضمانات داخلية اللي هو كل هو السياسية، المعارضة وحكومة وسيفل سوسايتيز والمواطن، إنه ممكن يكون هو دامن، خاصة لما يكون في جيش أن يتم تكوين جيش قومي ويتم كنترول بتاعت الموارد. ده ممكن يكون ضمان لأي حكومة والسلطة الجاي عشان ينفذ أي اتفاق الناس يتفق عليها، وده بيرجع أمل للمواطن. إضافة لما قبل الصوبة يتكلم عن هو الضمانات الخارجية external guarantors اللي هو بيتمثل في ريجون وحتى على مستوى بتاعت international communities. كلنا عارفين إنه الCPA اتفاقية شامل 2005 لو ما وجود في الضمانات الدولية قوية، الكيزان ما كان بينفذ الاتفاق ده. يبقى عشان النفس عقلية خرجنا من أجله والجنوب انفصل، هي نفس العقلية ممكن جات في الجنوب، وهي نفس أفكار ونفس السياسة كان موجود في الشمال. الناس ممكن كثير يتكلموا عنه إنه السودانيين الموجودين في السلطة هم حاليا هم الطبقة الحاكمة، وعملوا كوبي بس من الوضع كان موجود في السودان جاوا في الجنوب. يبقى نفس العقلية ده ممكن سبق بيتكلم إنه إذا شعروا إنه في تغيير حاصل هيحصل في البلد، ممكن يعملوا انقلاب في البلد أو يسلموا السلطة عشان يأخروا أي تغيير. يبقى الناس الزدل محتاجين لازم يكون عندنا external grants قويين اللي بيضغط عليها ونجفف المنابع بتاعت القوة فيهم، القوة خاصة الموارد يكون ما موجود، يكون كنترول ما بيجدهم. بعدك الجرانتورز ممكن بعدك يكون يلعب دور الدبلوماسي ودور الضغط، لأنه لولا الجرانتورز external grantors كان ما حصل اتفاق، كان في اتفاق أجرة CPA نفس الكيفية. الار اكسس ما قدر يمشي لقدام. كلنا عارفين انه خاصة international community grantors كان رفعوا يدهم من ار اكسس، لانه نفس التفكير انه الاتفاقية ده ما هيجيب استقرار في الجنوب. لذا خلى حتى الدول بتاعت الاتحاد الافريقي، حتى الدول بتاعت الإيجاد كله ما كانوا جرانتوس. البيجا جرانتوس كان الناس المصالح اللي هو السودان ويوغندا. نحن كلنا عارفين ورجع ورا انه كيف الحكومه اللي بقت بلوتت من الحصل في الجنوب ده ب5 نواب ده جا كيف؟ لانه اقترح خرطوم في ورقه تقسيم السلطه كانت 3 نواب للرئيس، اللي هو الرئيس ونائبين. رئيس ونائبين دي كان الطرح تخرطوم. المعارضه بداوا كانوا يتناقشوا عليها، والحكومه رافض انه هو عنده زمن ده عنده 3 عنده نائبين، عنده طبعا وعنده ونيجا قالوا بدي ناس وين؟ اذا بقى في نائبين معناه هو هيشيل ناس ولا 2 ده فوتهم وين؟ ده كان الكلام بتاع الحكومه لغايه ما الملف ده رفعوه من خرطوم لكمبالا، جاب 5 نواب وجاب السلطه الحاصل ده كم وزراء وكم البرلمان ال 600 ولا كم ده، لانه حكومه البرلمان ده كان 300 عنده. قلنا البرلمان الموجود ده يرجع كتب الانتخابات ل 270 عضو، وحكومه بيشوفوا الاداء الموجودين في السوق اصلا في البرلمان ما دار يغيرهم، يبقى يضيفوا عليها. ده سواء جاء عدد الكبير ده لحد ما حصل 600 ده تم في الان، لكن الطرح اللي كان موجود في خرطوم كان السؤال ده نائبين للرئيس. لذا المصالح اللي تم بين كمبالا وخرطوم خلى كل الريجون ما قدر يكون داعمين للاتفاق، وخلى الانترنال كوميونتي ما يكونوا داعمين للاتفاق، لانه الطريقه اللي خاطبوا بها القضايا اللي كان المثير اللي كان فرد يكون هم القضايا اللي بخاطب الشعب، خلى الحكومه بقت حكومه ما حكومه حقيقيه. وممكن ده خلى حاليا نحن كلنا عارفين اللي قاعد يحصل ده، حتى واحد من الجراندو ده بقى وقف في اتجاه، بقى جزء من المشاكل ذاتها، وكلنا عارفين هو جراندو في نفس الوقت كلنا عارفين السودان حاليا هو ذاته في نفسه ما قادر يبقى. اذا نحن ما لقينا جراندو قويين حقيقيين عشان يزيل المحارب، يشيل المحارب ده من الشعب ولرجع الامل للشعب، لازم يكون لنا جراندوس قويين، ويكون عندنا نظام امني قوي، ويكون عندنا نظام ماليه محكم عشان نغارب الكوربشن الحاصل في الفساد الرئيسي موجود في البلد، عشان برضه الشعب ممكن يرجع يثق في دوله بتاعه ويرجع العمل فيه. انا بوقف هنا. شكرا.
شكرا كثير باشمهندس وياك. فأنا قدرنا ننوه برضو. I just want to let those who just joined the forum now, we're actually hosting 2 guests, Mr. Subak Samuel Manasa, NAS spokesperson, and Mr. Contasio Oyek is also NAS member in senior leadership and also in SOMA and Salvation Council. Yeah, so we remain only with maybe 2 questions, and then we give chance also to those who want to ask questions, from the public. The question here, my brother, Mr. Suba, sorry, let me just remove this. In the event that this Dar es Salam consultation into direct peace talk with government in Juba. What will be the likely reasoning of NAS in approaching this would be initiative? شايف كانوا الصباح كمان طلع برا. The same thing happened. معلش يا جماعة ما في كمبيوتر الصباح the internet is kicking him out. Let me check again. معلش يا جماعة. Sorry يا جماعة. Subah, you're out again. This thing is kicking you out. Yeah, so he will be there. Yeah, this thing has kicked you out again. The question is, in the event that this Dar es Salam consultation culminated into a direct peace talk with the government in Juba, what will be the likely reasoning of NAS in approaching this would be initiative? Mr. Subah, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Reza. Yes, the question is that in the event that this consultation culminated
into the peace, direct peace talk with the government in Juba.
Government in Juba, what would be our likely reasoning as NAS?
Yes.
In approaching this
would be the initiative, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think our position as National Salvation Front has always been clear. Where in any peace agreement, in any consultation, and in any engagement. And I think up to now, even the government in Juba is well versed of our position as National Salvation Front. And one, we always demand an inclusive peace dialogue. And this is purposely to avoid a situation where the outcome of peace agreement concentrated at the hands of few people. And they control the state machinery with all its resources at the expense of the rest of the people in the country. That has been our position, that for us to avoid this legitimizing dictatorship through agreement, we need to have an inclusive dialogue that brings all people that share power among the people of South Sudan through all their sections that were represented in the agreement. That has been our first demand throughout all this time. So if this Dar el Salam consultation will culminate into peace dialogue or peace agreement, or rather peace negotiation, definitely the question of inclusive dialogue will likely be our demand and a likely reasoning of approaching this initiative. That's one. Number two, it has also been the record of National Salvation Front and our partners in Soma that any peace framework that will contribute to the sustainable peace in South Sudan must and should address the root causes of the conflict in the country. We are not fighting simply because there are no reasons. There are reasons. And the reason why the country is failing, the country reached to the state that we are in, I described it in the first question, that the country is sad, is moving in a sorrowful state, was simply because there are certain fundamentals in that country that need to be addressed. And to address those, you first of all need to find out what are the root causes of those problems. For instance, when we are saying, for instance, we have tribalism in South Sudan, we need to diagnose the root causes of tribalism in South Sudan. Is it lack of institution? Is it governance challenges? Or what is it that makes tribalism to thrive in South Sudan? Unless you are able to know that problem and address that problem, then you cannot be able to solve the problem. At least we have now known that the government uses security sector, especially the national security as explained by Contasio, to legitimize himself in power, to advance his myopic political agenda on the people of South Sudan. But that's how democracy is supposed to operate anyway? No. If you want to legitimize yourself, there are popular ways that you have to do it. You have to subject yourself through election to the popular will of the people, and you have to be selected, even within the party, then subjected to the whole country, then you are elected, then you become the symbol of authority as far as president is concerned for the people. And if your time also comes to an end, you also have to go back to the people to renew your mandate. But you cannot use your army. You first of all kill the institution of the army, which represent the interests of the people in the country, and then you build around yourself your own army that are loyal to yourself. The purpose is such that your power is guaranteed, nobody will take over from you. So this is not a country that each and everybody has a stake in it. If you are behaving in such manner, maybe you think South Sudan is a kingdom, which is not a kingdom in any way. So addressing the root causes of the conflict in the country is one of the philosophy, the reason that will guide National Salvation Front in advancing our argument, if at all such process consultation result into direct peace negotiation. Number 3 is the mediation strategies. We also want to know that as a condition for participation in the direct negotiation, the mediation, first of all, must be acceptable to both sides, to all sides. You see, mediation must not only be, for instance, the privity of the government. No, the mediation must be somebody, and that's in a conflict resolution. All those who know about conflict resolution, a person who is a mediator is a neutral. He only facilitates communication. He only brings the people together. He doesn't impose his own will on the stakeholders. If anything, he creates a third or a fourth avenue in terms of solution generation, and then rally people around this, the idea that he brings in. That is very important, the choice of the mediation. The other issue is the venue of the mediation. It's very important because we are talking about the future of the country. There is a way that the environment you are discussing in helps you to articulate, helps you to be flexible in the negotiation without anybody interfering with whatever you are presenting. But if we are in an environment where you are not able to express yourself freely, you are not able to, in one way or another, intimidated in one way or another, then definitely you cannot be able to express yourself, and you will have a constraint whereby it will affect the outcome of your deliberation, and like just like how the experience we had with RRCs while we were in Khartoum. So the issue of the mediation is also very, very important that we'll present. Number 4, which is, I'll break it into different sections also, is now is a question of peace plan outlook and generally all the peace framework. Because while we are now, when we are discussing, for instance, this process of consultation going on, at the end of the day, they will come out with the peace framework, which will also ideally, this framework, in the context of the mediation, based on what they have collected from all sides, and they come out with a framework that accommodates all the ideas, and then see how now the parties will react to this outcome of peace framework that they have put forward, based on the ideas that they have collected. Now, based on that, our interest as a National Salvation Front will first of all have to look at the question of governance. What is their plan based on this consultation that they have done on the question of governance. The question of governance, first of all, we all know will be governed as a solution for addressing the question of political, the question of addressing resource management and areas that have always been
sorry, I have airplane is passing by.
Area. So we want how this aspect reflected. We want to see the question of power relation, because the question of power relation determines the question of who owns the power per se. You see? And you are owning this power on behalf of who? And what is the interest? That is very important aspect here. So it is not just a matter of sharing power and the like, but we want to see the aspect of the power relations. So this is one of the approaches as far as governance is concerned. That should be one of our reasoning on that particular issue of governance. But also talk a lot about the issue of security. And our philosophy here, as far as security is concerned, we have always been demanding that we don't have independent, partial, nationalistic, patriotic security sector in South Sudan. What we have are conglomeration or groups that are loyal to political elites in the country. So we cannot guarantee, we cannot surrender our freedoms and rights as people of South Sudan to a tribal or to a loyal security sector. We cannot do that as a country. If anybody can accept that, but we in National Salvation Front, as well as SOMA, we have always rejected that throughout. And that's why we are demanding establishment of a new security sector, starting from what will be the armed forces of the South Sudan, even including the naming. It's very, very important, including now the national security. When we talk about the mandate of national security, is simple. One, it helps the government in terms of intelligence gathering, information gathering. That's all. And then provide this information to the necessary agencies for implementation. Safeguard the national security interests of the country through detecting any threats that will come out. Now, when it realizes that this threat involves armed group threatening the physical security of the country, then they will demand now the use of the army, if it is external, or use of the police, if it is a domestic threat. That is how it is operating internationally. So South Sudan is not exceptional. It is not a country which is thrown from another planet and it has its own way of dealing things, of doing things. No way. We cannot condone or justify an act of dictatorship to justify that this is how things are. If Khartoum were doing those things because they are defending their Arabism system, then what are we defending in the South? What system are you defending in the South if it is not tribalism? So these are some of the things that we were likely to advance in terms of security. So at the end, we wanted to build a new security sector, first of all, which is professional, well-trained, diverse, representing all our tribes. And even we remember when General Thomas was discussing the issue, the file of security in Khartoum, we are even proposing that we have a quota. The recruitment of our forces in the country should be based on the quota of our different groups in the country. You see, if some people say they are the majority, then you are given your quota based on your majority. If some people are few, they are also given their numbers based on their few, and there must be formula for that. But the way that you deny everybody representation in such an institution, national institution, sovereign institution, that governs the mentors of the country, and you think it is a prerogative for few. No, that cannot happen. So in this security sector, this is actually the approach that we wanted it to be. This aspect of reforms is a lazy argument. What do you reform in SSPDF? What is there that needs to be reformed? In what context, actually, when we talk of reform of SSPDF, what is there to reform? Because ideally, I know reforms comes on in a situation whereby already this thing is existing, but there are few technical matters that affects them. But for instance, we have a force, when we talk about well-trained force as an element of variable that we wanted to test. But we have a force which is not even trained. Now, what do you reform and train force? What do you reform there? In the best way, you take them all in for training. But then the problem also, majority of them come from a particular tribe. So the element of diversification also comes in. So what do you reform in a situation like this? So these are the challenges that are there, and that's why we say the situation as far as security concerns building. There are those who are also led in reasoning and in defending this. They will say there is no time. There is no time. What do you mean? What is the time of building a security sector that can help? I remember the Khartoum, the argument was we train a force, and that force, first of all, must be deployed immediately to the 3 cities of South Sudan, which is Juba, Malakal, and Wau, as a part of peace building. And this force represents the interest of all people of South Sudan, not representing a particular party or particular tribe or whatever, representing the people of South Sudan as a cornerstone of peace building strategy. Now, when people are coming, when the other opposition groups comes into the country, the question of me having my own army to protect me will not be an issue. The question of government also manipulating these forces will not be an issue, because that force is a force which is tasked with the implementation of peace agreement, and their role is loyalty to the agreement, not loyalty to the individual. That was the reasoning behind them. But then things went out of hand. People hurried compromise their lives, that there's going to peace and the like. Now, this is the crisis that today we are facing today. Another important issue is also the issue of justice and accountability. The question is, are we going to let go all the atrocities that has been committed in South Sudan all this time? Are there no accountability at all? Yes. You know very well that even in RSS, there is a complete chapter that talk about justice and accountability. Yeah. But as Contasio was explaining, that the regime in Juba was cherry-picking the implementation of agreement. Whatever is suiting their interests, they pick and they implement. Whatever contradicts or brings in the aspect of accountability or will harm them at the end of the day, they don't look at that. So the aspect of any sustainable agreement or peace is the aspect of looking at justice and accountability. There will never be peace, sustainable peace, in the absence of justice. So one of the reasoning under us is also this aspect of justice and accountability, which is very important, such that our people who are dying, who are in agony for horrors that have happened to them, will at least feel that something has been done. And also, accountability is necessary such that it will stop or put an end with future occurrences, repeat of such things that have happened all this time. Resource use and its management, especially in question of peace or in transitional period, is very, very important. Because, you know, you cannot go for peace implementation when you are poor. Because that's where the element of changing loyalty from one group to another becomes very easy. That's why implementation of the agreement becomes possible if resources is at the hand of one of the belligerent, and he wanted this agreement to be implemented in his own terms. He uses the resources of the country for strengthening its political position or its security position. He will use the money, the resources, for arming his group. He uses the resources to politically strengthen his party, to buy loyalty of other people from other oppositions, and you die naturally. And at the end of the day, agreement is not implemented. And this is what exactly happened in Juba all this time. Our thinking and reasoning is that this area of resource control, if there is any peace arrangement, must be squarely looked at, such that we make free use of the money at a transitional period, or even during the time of implementation of agreement, so difficult that it is not at the hand of one person to use it as he wishes. And this has been the obstacle of lack of implementation of the agreement throughout all this time. So this area must be looked at critically. You see, institutional building. We also need institutions to be built and strengthened. You see, such that they help in the process of the implementation of the agreement. Now, like they are talking about elections. what strength does that institution in charge of the conducting election in terms of its capacity to do it? What strength do they have? But as you're saying, we're left with only 6 months. We even don't have electoral commission at the level of the states. We don't have it at the level of the counties. When are you going to do that? You know, in the electoral cycle, if, for instance, elections are done after 5 years or 6 years, experience in certain countries, once they have done the election and 1 year period into the new term, for instance, if South Sudan could have conducted election in the year 2005, if we have done election in 2005, and our next election will be in 2030, no, rather in 20, yes, maybe after 5 years, from 2025, which is 2030. From this year, 1 year after, in 2026, at the end of 2026, the body in charge of the election will immediately start the process of planning for 2030. Immediately we will start by, first of all, registering new voters. Because you remember, when you are voting in 2023, in 2025, there are people who, for instance, 17 years. Now they have turned 18, voting age. Those people now become ones who vote. There are also others, for instance, who have not maybe registered. They also want to become voters. There are others, for instance, who are living in Malakal, for instance, and they have shifted, maybe work shifted them to Juba, or work shifted them to Wow. Now they want to change their voting place from Malakal to Juba, or from Wow to any other location. So all those technicalities, now the commission will begin putting them in order, such that by 27 or 28, a new voter register is out. You see, a new voter register is already out. Now, it is not an easy process. Now you ask these guys in Juba, they don't have even a voter register. And we're talking about 6 months to election. But in other places where there is peace, complete peace in the country. There is already existence of this institution, constant there, with all their logistics, with all their offices, with all their budget plan in the financial year. Every financial year, everything is budgeted for. And then they have experience, capacity, and all these things. They plan for almost 4 to 5 years in order to have a successful election at the end of the day. Now, for ours, we have never had all this experience. We have a lot of challenges. Security is there, no infrastructure completely. I mean institutional infrastructure, and even the physical infrastructure, logistics, and all this. 6 months and somebody will want to talk to you that there is an election. That there is an election. Is this politics, or somebody is fooling himself or fooling others? And I think they are fooling themselves. They are not fooling anyone. So what we are saying here is that institutions of governance are very essential, like electoral commissions, police as an institution, to ensure that law and order is preserved during elections and any other time. judiciary is strengthened such that where there are disputes, we don't rush to each and everybody's throat to solve our problem, but there must be an independent arbiter somewhere to look at the electoral crisis, conflicts, and resolve them. All these are things that must go together, must be addressed, must not be left. This argument that some of these things will be left to the elected government, and then the process for which we are leading, which leads to the elected government, is flawed, then you will know that some of these things will not happen. Especially essential things. I've forgotten to talk about the issue of the permanent constitutional making under governance. I've failed to talk about it, but it's very important. I think Controversy will maybe talk about it. Then the element of the peace implementation is also one of the things that we were looking at very seriously. Controversy talked about it. If we do not put much emphasis on how agreements are to be implemented, and I use the word, the cost of the implementation must be made very difficult. How it is up to the parties to the agreement to see how they want to make it like that. And then the question of the grantors, which already Potasio also talked about it, which are also very, very important. And this, of course, all this comes under governance as a very, very essential elements that as a National Salvation Front we want to approach any agreement, including this process of Tanzania consultation, if it will transition into a direct peace process. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, compatriot Soba. I really want to appreciate you for detailing these points down here. I really appreciate it. We remain with one question, but let me also go to نمشي compatriot Oyek Contasio. لو أي إضافة في حالة مثلا أسفر مشاورات دار سلام عن محاولات سلام مباشر مع حكومة جوبا، ما هي الدافع المحتمل للناس في تبني هذه المبادرة؟ ده لو عندك أي إضافة لكلام بتاع compatriot سوبا، تفضل.
كويس، شكرا compatriot ريزا. I think كلنا نتمنى انه المشاورات ده يفضي لمفاوضات. كان الوضع الموجود في جوبا ما بيقدر. We can't rescue the country unless we come together and sit down ونقدر ننقذ البلد من الوضع الفوق ده. يكون في سلام شامل وكامل اللي هو يكون فيها كل الأطراف عشان ما يكون في أو كل أطراف موجودين برا خارج الاتفاق. So that's why ممكن صوبك كلام إنه بنادو دائما the inclusiveness without any agreement. يشمل كل أطراف البلد يكون جزء من أي اتفاق. الشيء أقدر نضيف في كلام تصوبه هو موضوع بتاع المفاوضات. إذا المشاورات أبدأ للمفاوضات، أسين الشيء الأولى اللي هو ممكن عشان نهيئ الجواب بتاع المفاوضات، نهيئ الجواب بتاع إنه كان الحل بتاع المشاكل كنا بتاعنا كله كجنوبيين. هو ممكن بدأ المطالب بتاع تغيير السياسي أجواء المفاوضات، إنه زي ما طلبنا إنه كل أطراف يكون مشاركة، وده بيودينا لكلام بتاع كده كل المعتقلين السياسيين والموجودين في السجون يفكون عشان يشاركوا في المفاوضات. وده ممكن ده فترة ممكن بيجي مطالب للكلام ده إذا أفضل أي المفاوضات المشاورات دي عدد المفاوضات هو مهم جدا عشان يكون في مفاوضات حقيقية. لازم كل أطراف يكون جزء منه، وده نهاية تحية الجواب يكون مهم إنه كل الرفاق أو الإخوة الموجودين السياسيين موجودين في 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 السجون يتم إطلاق سراحهم ويكونوا يدوم حرية يجي يشاركوا على عملية سياسية لأي مفاوضات. ممكن صباح يتكلم في النقاط بتاعت إنه أي مبادئ بتاعت الاتفاق بالنسبة لنا الناس لازم يكون مبنية على تأسيس سلطة تتشاب الناس ما تتنهب. وجود أي مبادئ بتاعت المفاوضات نحن كالناس وده مواقفنا من بداية، وده ممكن مواقف الخلانا ما بقينا جزء من الRSS كلام الخرطوم عشان دارين اتفاق يكون اتفاق مبنية على السلطة للشعب والسلطة من أجل الشعب وليس من أجل الأفراد أو من أجل النخب. ده واحد من الأساسيات بتاعت مبادئ بتاعت الناس وقفنا بها ونزلنا نطرح في كل منابر بتاعت المفاوضات من خرطوم، من أديس أبابا لخرطوم لروم والسعو. فنظل نجيب في نفس المبادئ ونزعزع، لأن نحن ما قاعد نتكلم عن الأفراد أو عن أنفسنا سنكون في السلطة. دارين سلطة البتلني على الشعب يمارس سلطته في دولة. ده ممكن ده هيكون واحد من المطالب بتاعت الناس ما بيتغير، هيكون موجود دائما ما بيتغير. وإذا شفنا في النقاط ال11 اللي كانت في روم وهو ممكن اتكلمنا فيها، أو في نقاط 3 4 ما اتفقنا مع الحكومة بها، وده بيدينا لنقطتين أساسيين، وده هي الكلام بتاع root causes الموجود. الناس اللي يتكلم عنه إنه أي اتفاق ما مبنية على حل بتاعت الجذور المشكلة، ده ما بودينا ما هيجيب استقرار في البلد. لذا القضية بتاعت الجذور المشكلة مهم جدا يتحل. ممكن رفيق أو منفترة صباح يتكلم عن جزء منه. من ضمن النقاط كان سبب الخوف برضه في روم مع حكومة هو عملية بتاعت الدستور أو صناعة بتاعت الدستور الدائم والبروسيجرز بتاعه اللي اختلفنا فيها. هي عملية بتاعت بعد غياب بتاعت المؤتمر الدستوري يتم كتابة الدستور الدائم الناس تتفق عليها، اللي هو عملية بتاعت اعتماد بتاعت الدستور. هل يعتمد الشعب ولا يعتمد البرلمان؟ ونحن بنشوف إنه الدستور هي عقد اجتماعي بين الشعب والسلطة، ولا بد أن الشعب هم اللي بيعتمدوا على الدستور وعملية استفتاء للدستور. وحكومة بجوبا كان بيشوف إنه يتم اعتماد حقه في البرلمان. نحن بنشوف إنه في وضعية الجنوب حاليا البرلمان كتعيينات ده البرلمان الحقيقي أبسط حاجة لما IO اعترض غير السلطة بتاعت البنود اتفاق واحتجوا وطلعوا من البرلمان أو من الجلسة. كان حق طبيعي بتاعت أي شعب وأي ممثل بتاعت الشعب يعبر عن المحاور بتاعه بطريقة ديمقراطية، وده من الحقوق بتاعه. أن ده ما بسبب يخلي حكومة يوقف أو يطرد ناس من البرلمان وكلام الكثير ده. لذا إذا كانت ده هو البرلمان اللي نحن بنشوفه حاليا لا يصلح أن يعتمد الدستور الدائم. لذا بنشوف إنه أي دستور الدائم في البلد لازم يتم استفتاء بها، وعندنا أمثلة كثير. أنا ممكن أضرب مثلا بدولة كينيا. كينيا لما كتب العمل الدستور الدائم بتاع الدولة بتاع البلد تم استفتاء بتاعه، وده ممكن بقت ياخو هي ضمان امان لاي تغيرات في الدستور. انا شاهدت في الفتره اللي فاتت قبل سنه ولا سنتين لما حصل مظاهرات احتجاجات في نيروبي في كينيا، وكان من ضمن الطرح اللي طرح من الرئاسه انه يتم تغيير الفتره فتره الحكم في كينيا من 5 سنة ل 7 سنة، وكان بقى انه هل يتم تغيير حقه داخل البرلمان ولا يدي استفتاء. البرلمان قال ما عنده حق يغير الدستور والا يرجعوا للشعب، وده خلى انه الكلام ده ما قدر يمر وما قدر يمشي قدام، لانه نعرف رأي الشعب هيرفض والاستفتاء ما سهل. اي استفتاء شعبي للدستور الدائم هيكون هو ضمان للدستور. المنظور بقدر يغير الدستور. ده سؤال هنا بنشوف انه اي دستور في البلد يكون دستور دائم، قيامة الدستور الدائم لازم يكون في عملية استفتاء بواسطة الشعب. ده واحد من الخلافات بتاعنا مع حكومة، وبنشوف انه ده من جزر المشكلة في الجنوب لعدم وجود الدستور الدائم. الدستور الدائم لازم يتم ببروسيس اللي بيسمح للشعب يمارس السلطة بتاعه، ويدي يتفقوا انه الدستور ده هو الدستور المديرينه ولا لا، وهم يستقروا عليها. ده واحد من النقاط اللي بنشوف انه مهم جدا، وده سبب وما هنتنازل عنه، وده ممكن لو في اي مفاوضات برضه يقترح في التم ما يتغير، وده ممكن نخلي حكومه جرى من روميا حجه لطمايني. ده واحد من النقاط بتاعت جذور المشكله لكلام بالاضافه لكلام الصوبه يتكلم عنه. واحد الثاني منه هو موضوع بتاعت اللاند ايشوز. كلنا بنعرف الوضع الموجود في الجنوب، اللاند جرابينج، اللاند اوكيبيشن، النزوح اللي قاعد يحصل للمواطنين بتاعنا. يبقى اي اتفاق ما بيعيد للشعب جنوب السودان الحقوق بتاعهم، ده ما اتفاق الممكن احنا بنقبله، لانه نحن بنشوف انه ده حق شعب، ده هويه بتاعت الشعوب بتاعنا الارض، وهو المورد الاساسي لكل الشعوب، وهو المورد الارض هو مورد للدوله. عمليه اللاند جرابينج، اللاند اوكيبيشن قاعد يحصل بالبلد ده هو سبب عدم وجود اسس قانونيه اللي بيحمي الهويات بتاعنا بتاعت المجتمعات بتاعنا، لانه المجتمعات حقنا ارتبطت ارتباط كامل بالارض. لذا وده واحد برضه من الاشياء اللي ممكن اختلافنا فيها مع الحكومه، لانه المطالب انه اي تسويه بتاعت الارض لازم الناس يرجع في المرجعيات الموجوده بتاعت الحرة الدوليه الموجود اللي هو متفق عليه حتى في الدستور الانتقالي بتاع جنوب السودان 2011، انه مبنيه حدود جنوب السودان مبنيه على حدود 1/1/56. يبقى لما نرجع للحدود 1/56 كله معروف الحدود بتاعت القبائل وحدود بتاعت الشعوب الموجود في جنوب السودان وين هو ده ممكن الفكره الاساسيه، لانه انت ما ممكن تقوم باي عمليه بتاعت التخطيط بدون ما انت بكون عندك المرجعيه، لانه كل تقول كل مرجعيه هو السلاطين والجبل والخور الموجود في الوطن من هذا بعرفه، يبقى احنا بنلعب. بالعكس احنا بنفتح مشاكل خروبات اكثر، لانه ما بالشعب او ما بالشعوب بيقبلوا تمثل الهويات بتاعهم. إذا قلت الهويات بتاعنا والثقافات بتاعنا مبنية على أسر الأرض بتاعنا الموجود، يبقى ثقافتنا وهويتنا دائما ترتبط بالأرض. يبقى إذا ما حللنا مشاكل الأراضي بالصورة اللي بيدي كرامة الإنسان في الأرض بتاعه، وده نحن بقولنا إحنا فتحنا عدم استقرار في الجنوب، وده ممكن يؤدي لتشظي ويؤدي لعدم سلام. ده واحد من ممكن الحاجات الأساسية بنشوف إنه الأرض هو المورد الأساسي سواء كان للدولة أو للمواطن الموجود. هو مهم جدا لأنه عملية النزوح والأوكيبيشن اللي قاعد يحصل وبعدين ما بزول بيرفض، ما بزول بيترك زول من محل أو من وطن وسن هو ما من قبيلة دي من قبيلة دي، لكن اللي نحن بنرفض هو عملية اللاند جرابينج بقوة، اوكيبيشن انك تطرد صاحب الشعوب بتاعت الوطن او بتاعت الارض من محلهم وتجي انت كقبيله تعمل استوطن تعمل اكسستان، وده ما مقبول. يعني ده تغيير للهويه بتاعت المنطقه. ده لكن معروف في عمليه بتاعت تخطيط المدن وكيف هو ذاته بيسمى المدينة. ليه؟ بيسمى المدينة هو تمدن. التمدن إنك نحن نتعلم من ثقافتنا المتنوعة ده. الليلة نبقى أنا كالوتوكا بكون جيران بتاعت شول ولا أي واحد من جيران من قبيلة تاني، ده بيخلينا نتعلم من الثقافة بتاعه، بيتعلم من الثقافة بتاعتنا. بعدك إحنا بكون بنينا علاقة جديد. لكن كون انت تجي تسكن في المدينه كمنطقه كقبيله، يبقى انت ما حيرت حاجه. انت يعني عملنا عمليه سين ونقل المدينه الى القرى او الى الارياف، جبنا القرى جبنا في المدينه، لانه المدينه بكون ناس ساكنين هسه الموجود في جوبا ده. انا الليله وجيت شفتها نحن ناس شركه استوائيه ديل قاعدين سايت اقومبو بحر بهناك شرق بهناك، الاتجاه بتاعت الشرق كويس، يعني ما باختلاط. انت تشوف انا سنبور قاعدين في الشركات كويس، انا برغزال او قاعدين في اجد اسمه شنو جبل دينكا زي ما مسمى. عندك مجموعه نوير وصو ساكنين سايتا اللي واجد 107 ناس منكتين موديل. احنا هنا ما عملنا مدينه، احنا عملنا كده، جبنا قريه جبنا في المدينه، لانه هنزل هناك ما هنتعلم حاجه، لانه بدك هيجي عمليه حتى القريه ذاته في الوجه بالقبيله في المنطقه واحد. هنبدا نتكلم عن هنبدا مشاكل بتاعت المنطقه بتاعت القريه، قريه كده وقريه كده وما اعرف كده. لكن لما يكون في عمليه اختلاط في المدينه في التخطيط، ده هو اللي بيخلينا نتعلم من الثقافات الثانيه، وده هو معنى الحقيقي بتاعت التمدن. That is why في الخطة السكنية بتاعت المدينة بيتم تخطيط حسب الحوجة بعد دراسة، ويتم توزيع بتاعت الأراضي بعملية القرى. ليه عملوا كده؟ لأنه عشان أنا الليلة مع تريزا نحن من شركة لما نشتغل القرى أكيد ما هنقف في محل واحد، أي زول فينا هيقف في محل براو. وده هو that's why في حاجة اسمها تاون بلانينج بورد اللي هو تخطيط المدن، واللي هو بيخلي المدينة بيقولوا مدينة، لأن التمدن هو تعلم تغيير من الثقافة أو من الهوية من الوضع ما جيت من فوق من القرية أو من المنطقة بتاعي عشان نجي في المدينة لازم يتم تغيير اختلاط. عملية بتاعت تأجير الأرض هو مهم جدا زي ما أنا قلت، لأنه ده هو المورد الأساسي بالنسبة للمجتمعات بتاعنا. وعملية اوكيبيشن اللي قاعد يحصل والانفنشن اللي قاعد يحصل في الجنوب ده تغيير الديموغرافية بتاعت المنطقة، وده بنشوف اتفاقات الخلاص من ما مقبول. لازم يكون في نظام بتاعت الأرض مبنية على المرجعيات المعروفة، وده هو سبب الخلافات. ممكن اختلافنا برضه فيها مجوبة أو في مفاوضات في روم بنفس من النقاط ده، لأنه من بشوف الكلام نحن نقول ده من ما داري، لأنه في تشجيع لعملية بتاعت land grabbing and occupation and land invention. وده حاليا ده هو سبب. وحتى الحدود حقنا الدولية إذا بقى ما عندنا مرجعية ثابتة زي ما نحن عارفين هسه عندنا أطول حدود مع شمال almost أطول من الحدود ما almost ما تم demarcation بتاعه. يبقى زي تمام ده كاي مرجعية تمشي بيه يبقى في عملية بتاعت land invention حاصل في حدود الشمالية. نفس الكيفية مع حدود مع سنترال أفريقيا، نفس الكيفية مع حدود مع كونغو، مع يوغندا، مع كينيا، مع أثيوبيا. كل حدود حقنا مع دول الجوار ده حصل فيها تعقل، وخاصة في حدودنا مع كينيا، حدودنا مع يوغندا بالذات، تم فيها بطريقة يعني كلنا عارفين في شنو قاعد يمشي. إذا ما عندك مرجعية عشان تقدم به حجة بتاعك، ما عندك خبرة معتمدة عشان تقدم به حجة، أنت أصلا أي حجة بتقدم ما بكون معتمد عليها. That is why نفس الحجة مع الحدود الخارجية هو نفس الحجة اللي بتعامل مع الحدود الداخلية. لازم يكون عندنا مرجعية اللي بيخلينا يكون كمرجع نحل به أي dispute ويتم demarcating of any border of Payam to county, to the state, to the county, to Payam, even to the Boma. We need to have that documents that any dispute will help us in resolving any problem. Otherwise, ما حنقدر نحل المشكلة إذا نحن ما بقينا عندنا مرجعية حقيقية لمشاكل بتاعت الأرض. So ده واحد من الجزر المشكلة، وأنا بنشوف إحنا كالناس إنه بنشوف سنكون في استقرار في الجنوب لازم يكون مشاكل بتاعت الأراضي يتحل. ده النقطة. إضافة ثانية ممكن نضيف في كلام قبل الصباح يتكلم عنه، وبرضه عملية بتاعت identity بتاعنا كجنوبين. إحنا عارفين إنه عبارة عن قبائل متنوعة، ثقافات متنوعة. نحن نستفيد من التنوع بتاع الثقافة ده عشان نكون قبلة للسياحة في العالم. لأنه الثقافات حقنا السمحة الحلوة ده إذا نحن قدرنا نتقبل بالتنوع حق ونبني ثقافة حقنا السمحة، هذا العالم كله ثقافة حقنا السمحة. وأنا بنعرف إنه المعنى بتاعت الهوية بتاعنا الجنوبيين هو شنو. ممكن من الثقافات حقنا نبني هوية حقنا في الجنوب يكون معروف للعالم كله. إذا ممكن لكلام الصداقة عشان ما نطيل أنا بوقف هنا. أنا thank you.
شكرا كثير كومبوتريت يعني جميل جدا إنه تبقى تدوا التفاصيل ده عن كيفية يعني إدارة التصور جبهة الخارج لإدارة الدولة في حالة إنه في سلام حقيقي. المفروض كان يكون في شنو اختلافات اللي حصل برضه في المفاوضات الكثير حصل هو بالذات في روم وكده. فأنا بشكركم كثير. الإضافة ده آخر سؤال عشان بعدك ندي برضه فرصة لو في ناس الدارين يطلعوا أي زول يطرح سؤال واحد بس وكده. Let me go to compatriot Suba. Compatriot Suba. Most often, when there is a peace initiative or consultation process in South Sudan, the opposition outside the country starts developing problem among themselves by having negative statement in form of accusation, insult, propaganda, allegation, to some extent, defection. Could you mind breaking down the rationale behind such attitude? If you can, you heard me, Mr. Subaita can ask one of the Are you there, Mr. Suba?
I've heard you.
Okay. Subakan Talabara. I have to apologize. Internet without Diamond is kicking him out. معلش يا جماعة متأسف. Yeah, he's back now. Yeah, welcome, Mr. Suba.
What I'm saying is that in regard to this question, I'm saying basically we have a problem with the political culture in South Sudan. And when I talk of political culture, I talked of the way we conduct politics in South Sudan, the way we understand how we perceive politics in South Sudan, and generally the way how we use politics and the end game of politics. What is it all about? The sum total of all this is what I refer to as our political culture. And if I can break down, as you put it, in this political culture, the characteristics of political actors, as well as the political organizations in South Sudan, how they do their things. And unfortunately, in this political culture that we have currently in South Sudan, you cannot separate it from the political culture when we were once Sudan, because some of these things also of this culture that we have, we also inherited it from Sudan. And you remember, even before independence, the political orientation that people has, South Sudanese have, was actually a culture of resistance against then the oppressors, whether the oppressors in terms of the outsiders, the colonizers, or now the internal colonizers, now in terms of the successive governments in Khartoum. So you remember that the political culture that we have developed all along was a political culture of resisting the system, of how we wanted to be on ourselves, opposing the whole system. Now I think after 2011, when we became independent, for us to begin thinking of I'm responding. Someone here is serving in a caller.
Sorry, it seemed like Suba somebody just called him. You will. Yeah, go on then.
So what I'm trying to say is that this culture that we have of resistance all this time, unfortunately, still stuck with us even after independence in 2011, after now. So as a result, you find that we have not yet graduated as a political actors or organization into having a political culture of intolerance, for instance, tolerating each other as a group or actors. And if in case there are problems, their way of understanding, their way of approaching. And if it is all about political competition, because we know you can never exercise politics without competition. Definitely there must be competition. And then, of course, the people of South Sudan are the ones who are consuming our political goods. What are our political goods? Our political problems. Our political problems are the political goods which the people of South Sudan are consuming. So we are competing over the people of South Sudan for our narratives. You see that? And then, if, for instance, if there are elections, then those parties that are successful are voted, and therefore that's when now they take over the government based on their political programs. So this could have been the natural political culture that we know in most dispensations, political dispensation or countries. But of course, ours here, we have a tendency that we want to be the one maybe existing alone. You don't give regard to others. That is not a nice understanding of politics. We of course we have been talking about our society, which is literally based. Our understanding are either based on tribalism, our understanding are either based on regionalism, our understanding are based on any petty issues or groupings that bring us together. So this kind of exclusion politics of not understanding that the other person is also there existing, and there must be a way, for instance, of approaching that person in a way which is acceptable. We find it very difficult among ourselves. Leave aside other factors like lack of principles, lack of vision, lack of program, and of course, even to a certain extent, lack of political messages among. These are factors that characterize political culture, political organization, unfortunately. And therefore, when it is not a surprise when some of these things arises. We in National Salvation Front, we chose to do our things the way we usually do our things, and now by next year March, we will be 10 years as a National Salvation Front, and it has not been easy when all this time. For the last 9 years, it has never been easy at all. It has been a fight for legitimacy, a fight for space, a fight for relevance. You see that? And we have not been alone. Fortunately, in this confused environment of politics, we have also found hands with others that will work together. And that's why we have groups like SOMA that will work together. And we have done a lot of success together, whether being in the area of negotiation, whether being in the area of fronting joint positions to the national community, to the region, and even to the government. We have always been together, and we are grateful to that kind of alliance. As we continue, we also found ourselves by design, not by design, by coincidence, we find ourselves also working together with the SPLM-IO after the crisis that happened to them in Juba. You see? And this led us to sign a military cooperation. And that military cooperation resulted into our forces working together. Now, as we speak, especially in the In Western Equatoria, literally our forces are staying together. And hopefully, in other places one time, that similar example may happen too. Why do we do this? We did it because all these political groups, including us, we have weaknesses. That's one. Number two, we are facing one common enemy, and that's the government of Juba. So if the government of Juba is our enemy, and we're here counting on our weaknesses, then it is natural that we have to come together and face our common enemy together. So that is the philosophy why we opt to work together, Now, as we speak now, especially with the SPLM-IO, soon we'll be moving into a next level of cooperation. And that's a political cooperation, whereby we will soon be discussing serious issues on political issues. We want to discuss on issues of peace. All these ideas that we discussed today, we also want to know from the side of SPLM-IO. So that, for instance, when we are talking about inclusive peace process, is there a way we can narrow our differences as far as the peace that we want is concerned? Those are some of the things that we're trying to think about. You see, so the more we let go our pride, the more we prioritize the interest of the people of South Sudan, the less skirmishes or misunderstanding among the political groups will arise. So I've even heard of some arguments like NAS does not have army. Yes, there's no problem. If NAS does not have an army, there is no problem. But the question is it true NAS does not have an army? And is there no any other way for you to describe NAS other than this open lie? I think you can still do better. If the goal is to take away from NAS, you look for other things. But on this open lie, it's not enough. That's to me, it's not enough to look at that. I've even heard of argument that NAS is exploiting SPLM-IO. How do we exploit? How can NAS exploit SPLM-IO? SPLM-IO came into existence before us, 2013, after the crisis in Juba. That's when IO came into existence. For us, we came in 2017, 4 years after them. They have been in the political scenes, in the agreement, war, all fighting, all this, before we could have come out. Yes, when we came out, we had misunderstanding with IO. We fought. Very serious fight in KGK, very serious fighting. But at the end of the day, we realized this infight of opposition may not help us. Instead, it gives skill to celebrate. So we let go all these things, and we said no. Let's be together and see what we can achieve, while we are maintaining our distinct organizational identity as NAS, as maybe IO, NAS and SPLM-IO. But there are other areas that we can cooperate and move together. You see, that IO is exploiting us. I don't know in which area IO is exploiting us. We have nothing to be exploited. IO has nothing to be exploited from them. But instead, if we work together, I think it will be helpful. And we have met in the cooperation, in the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. We made it clear that we want more groups to come. We will go out and engage other groups such that the group outside look big, such that we'll be able to shake Juba. That has been what we have in our mind. And we don't know what is in the other side, the other groups also. We don't know. You see? There is another, from yesterday until today, I was reading I was reading some titles in certain media group. I think there's a Lex media group. They're talking of NAS IO threat to Tanzanian consultation. I don't know how can NAS and IO be a threat to Tanzanian consultation. Even the consultation has already gone and finished. There's nothing has, I don't know, is it a political stupidity or what kind of topic is that? You can't even tell. But anyway, those are probably, that media seems to be regime associated or something. I don't know. If the opposition, I don't know exactly about them. Also, there is another one. Today, actually, they have three topics about NAS and IO. NAS, IO, NAS, IO. NAS threat to Tanzanian consultation. NAS, IO honeymoon is over. NAS, IO has no agenda for the people of South Sudan. So I think this to me is the serious NAS, IO phobia. It's a NAS, IO phobia, the way I see. I don't know what is all this about. But what I've said in the beginning, that all this thing goes back to our political culture in the South Sudan, which defines this kind of things. As we speak, as I put it, we want to strengthen cooperation. Even in Soma, we are looking at the structure in Soma with full secretariat, and then apart from the secretariat, we also wanted branch offices targeting America, Australia, and Europe, and even Africa, and such that we'll also have membership. And once we have membership, such that we can also be able to have, we have to gauge. And there are many groups that we are consulting and we are talking to them. Some of them we are talking to them. Some of them you all know in under secretariat, NAS political secretariat. Secretary for political and membership, rather secretary for political and organizational affairs. This is our role to do politics and recruit members for NAS. So it is our role with the secretary for external affairs, as well as secretary for diaspora or chapters. This is our role to mobilize our members and approach other political groups and discuss with them and see what kind of programs you can do together, and we see to what extent this program will take us, or even what kind of formations we will make. So you will see that at the end of all these things, we will have a formidable political groups with at least unified political programs, and this could be also another way of overcoming the government in Juba. So in nutshell, then some of these you call them accusation, insult, propaganda, like that. The good thing, some of them are media-based. They are media-based. They don't have impact in the ground, especially if the impact is in the ground, then maybe it will affect. It will result into confrontation with the forces in the ground. But unfortunately, these are just statements that are coming, and at the end of the day, may not have any impact. And then even, unfortunately, some of these people, even who are making these statements, are not even members of any political groups, by the way. They are not even members of any political organization. They are speaking for themselves. And we look at it as it has no any impact. After all, each and every political organization has its own strategies, has its own plan, and when you look at us, if we have some weaknesses, we have some challenges. Instead, it will be for your own advantage. As another group, you benefit from our weaknesses, and you strengthen yourself. You see that? In fact, the normal way of how political organizations do, they benefit from the weaknesses of others and they strengthen themselves. But it's not just a matter of opposing someone, but you yourself also, your situation is actually very desperate. So I think it will not even be nice for opposing. So these are some of the things that I've seen. It has no impact. We're doing our job. And some others are reaching to us and also reaching for them. And this is the essence of politics that we want. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. It will be also another one follow question regarding this. It's that NAS has signed this agreement, or let's say the memorandum of understanding with IO, knowing that IO is still holding on that agreement, and it seemed like, according to their perspective, that NAS is now using, the military power that IO, got. So, what can you say about this before we move it to Brother Oyek? Yeah, go on.
Yes, when we signed the military cooperation with the SPLM-IO, it was when they were being attacked while they're in the implementation of peace agreement. And they started coming out, especially in the areas surrounding cantonments around Juba. They started coming out, and our forces started telling us that the IO are coming out, and some of them have reached their locations. And remember, we used to have a problem with them. And then, because some of them, they know themselves, and they are talking with phones and the like, and we want to come, and we don't want problem, we don't attack us because we have problems. So when they asked, said no. You see, when somebody is in a problem, this has been an old doctrine of war, by the way. Are you getting it?
Yes, we are listening. Yes, we're getting you. We can hear you, Mr. Suba. We can hear you.
What we said is that this has been an old doctrine of war. Even if your enemy is in a problem, you have an enemy but he's having some problem, you can't use that problem that you have with him and you want to exploit. That it is against the ethics of war itself. And that's why we said no. What you should do is that you welcome these forces of IO who are coming out from this attack, and whatever you have to share with them. You see, so that necessitated the chairman to issue an order that our forces must welcome the forces of IO in those areas that we are in, and they have to work together. So that has been actually encouraging, and in the process, we saw them now all along together, and we thought, why don't we think of working together to make sure some misunderstanding don't arise at the end of the day. So we have something formal to struggle together, and that reasoning culminated into this military cooperation. And I think all of you have heard the results of what has happened. That's one. Two, we have also made some delimitation in the cooperation. It is not all that full cooperation, especially in areas where NAS are. We do our things on our own, and in the areas where exclusively Iowa, they do their own things. You remember, especially in Central Korea, around area of Panyume, Kandila, those areas have been under IO. NAS are not there. So you see, even their last fighting, even I think 2 days ago, those are IO because those are their own areas of control, and the headquarters is also there and the like. So the element of who is exploiting who and what to do what, those are just people who don't understand what is happening. For instance, now these successes that IO is scoring in Jungule and Upper Nile, what is that to do with National Salvation Front? What is that to do? And what are we exploiting from that situation there? What are we exploiting? And in regard to position of IO being part of the agreement, actually this constitute part of the things that we discussed with them. How are you going to be together and you're part of the agreement? Of course, we in NAS who discussed with IO, we know the position of IO as far as the IO is concerned. We discussed, but those are internal matters. Those are strategic matters of us. We discuss. I'm not going to talk about it. But we know what is their position, and I think this is what is hurting the Juba regime very much, to the extent of influencing even the system that the NAS IO military cooperation is a threat to the agreement. I even challenge the citizen chief. Where is the agreement which is threatened? Where is the agreement that he's talking about which is to be threatened? But when you look at that, he's even more or less talking on behalf of the government as citizen. Because I would also expected him to issue the same statement that when the government arrested Riek, I would have also heard from him, or when they are attacking the cantonment, I would have also wished the citizen also issue a statement that attacking this settlement is a threat to the peace. I would have also expected him to talk about that, or even arrest of the Riek would have also expected him to say. But now when you wait until we made a military cooperation and say this is a threat to the agreement, then you will see where the heart of loyalty lies, the heart of the citizen lies, as far as this agreement here is concerned. So, Sister Teresa, compatriot Teresa,
oops. I think something this issue of internet becomes serious. But معلش يا جماعة. Yeah, you're back again. Yeah.
I concluded that all those things that these people are talking about, as we put it, they are just propaganda. It has nothing to do with us. It will not take us backward. It will not even reduce our relevancy. But I want to conclude that in النهاية بتوع الكلب ينبح والجمل ماشي.
Yeah, thank you, brother Suba. Yeah, thank you. In the same note, and we are concluding maybe those questions. Maybe compatriot Oyek got something. أنا ممكن نسألك في أغلب الأحيان عندما تطرح مبادرة السلام أو عملية تشاور في جنوب السودان تبدأ المعارضات في الخارج البلاد في إثارة مشاكل فيما بينهما من خلال تصريحات سلبية تتضمن اتهامات وإهانات والدعاية وادعاءات إلى حد ما انشقاقات. هل يمكنك توضيح الأساس المنطقي وراء هذا السلوك؟ كومباتريوت تفضل.
شكرا. انت الليله خليت سوانا ما نعرف عربي.
الليله سبا الناس اللغه العربيه فصحى.
اوكي ثانك يو. بالنسبه للخلافات الممكن بتطلع او بتطرح في فتره بتاعت اي مبادرات، بالنسبه لنا كناس ما جديد هو مررنا بكل هذا التجارب، بكل لما نكون في أي مبادرة ابتداء من أكسس في خرطوم لما رفضنا نكون جزء من الاتفاقية. تنبراك والناس كله تابعوا الانشقاقات أو الخسر في الناس، مجموعة الناس الوقعوا مساوئ، وفي مجموعة بتاع الفريق الحقوقي وياي برضه انفصل، برضه عمل كون جسم، برضه الناس يونايتد ولا ناس قيادة something to that. ده كان بداية يعني باتفاقية بتاع أكسس طبعا كونوا جسمين مواسيين للناس، كل كان طلع من الناس، وده برضه ده كان جزء من الآبات اللي حصلت داخل المنظومة بتاعت الناس وخلافات اللي حصلت مع
في مشكلة وياك عنده مشكلة بتاع الشبكة ياو، في مشكلة. كمبيوتر ديك أنا ما أعرف، ممكن عنده مشكلة بتاع إنترنت ولا بطارية كمان مرات. يا جماعة إحنا في نضال، وعشان كده أعذرونا. كان قطع شوية حتى رجعت يا أسا.
اوكي. برضه زي ما احنا برضه تابعنا اللي حصل في تومايني لما الناس برضه رفض تكون جزء من التومايني. عرف برضه شفنا الاستقطاب اللي حصل داخل المنظومة بتاع الناس، وكونوا منه ناس معروف شنو كده القيادة هذا مداراتهم القيادة بتاعت شنو جدا ولا جا something to that. So ده بالنسبة لنا كناس برضه أو تقسيمات اللي حصل مع ناس كيني وشنو. So بالنسبة لنا الناس أنا بشوف إنه حاجات ده is not new. وده إحنا دائما كل ما يكون في أي مبادرة أو بدأ فرصة لتخلخل بتاعت النظام مثلا يستقطب أو يشكل معارضات وكده. اللي بيحصل هسه لنا كمعارضات ده برضه ما جديد، لكن دايما نشوف إنه هدفنا واحد، ونحن كالناس إحنا بنشوف إنه أي خلافات الموجود في معارضة الموجودة برا ما بخدم الشعب بتاعنا. That is why بتلقى كل بعد فترة المعارضة بتحصل فيهم اشتراكات وتاني بيرجعوا. دايما ناس قاعد يكون هو the main player عشان لوحدة بتاعت المعارضات. ممكن في واحد من اللقاءات اتكلمت عن الموضوع ده، كم حصلت خلافات وناس تخلفات المعارضات فرتك تاني راجعوا، وكان دايما ناس وصوما كانوا هم اللاعبين دور كبير إن المعارضة ترجع مع بعض. أبسط حاجة ممكن يهو بعد الانشقاقات الحاصلة والتحالف الفرتك زمن بتاع تمايني بين مجموعة تماين ومجموعة روم، طبعا انقسام بيناتهم، وتماين استمرت، وممكن سوما اللي كان موجودة في روم ما أبى تشارك في مفاوضات تمايني بأسباب معروفة كما كان طلعنا بيان بتاع. لكن هسه حتى في مشاورات الحاصل في تنزانيا ممكن القيادات opposition كانوا كلهم موجودين وقعدوا وعندهم نية إنه مفترض كان يكون عندنا اجتماعات برانا كمعارضة، بس الزمن كان ما كانت بقى لصالحنا كلنا. على جزء منهم قاموا قبلوا الجزء الثاني وخلانا ما قدرنا نقعد مع بعض، لكن كان ده ممكن كان هيؤدي ممكن لإعلان وبيان موحد لكل المعارضات. لكن ده برضه ما منع إنه الناس توحد الروح. حتى الطرح قبل تكلمنا عنه ده تم تداوله مع كل المعارضات، وطرحنا كطرح موحد. قلنا يا أخي عشان نحن نحارب جوبا بكتلة واحد، هنا لازم نوحد الروح بتاعنا وطرح بتاعنا بيكون واحد عشان نحن نكون كجسم برضه بنسهل للمفاوض إن المعارضة ذاته رؤيتهم واحد، لأنه حتى المفاوض هو برايي إذا المعارضة مختلفة سنكون بدأ عنده له كلام. لكن لما نطرح المواضيع وشفنا ككتلة واحد أكيد ده برضه هيسهل له المهام. حتى الطرح بتاعت هو البروبوزر اللي قدمنا وقدم باقي المعارضات حتى المجتمع المدني كلنا قعدنا مع بعض تشاورنا.
صوت قطع شوية كده. كمبيوتر كونتاسيو صوت قطع. معلش يا جماعة، ده الظروف بتاع النضال كده. انترنت بيكون تعبان وكده. نشوف سوري يا جماعة.
كده سامع؟
اي كده ترجعت احنا سامعنا.
سبق برضه كان راح مني شويه.
ايوه اتفضل.
احنا في افريقيا برنا سبقتنا شويه مزبزب. أظن ده الترى أجل حتى في مشاورات بتاعت تنزانيا المعارضة قعدوا ووحدوا الرواب بتاعهم وحتى الطرف بتاعهم للبروبوزل كان موحد. ده يعني إنه المعارضة لها فهم ولها قابلية إنه يشتغل مع بعض. الكلام اللي بيتقال بالميديا ده أنا بالنسبة لي أنت زي ما يقولوا كلام ميديا، لكن لو جينا إحنا كقيادات وده ممكن نقول كلام الميديا ده شغل انفلات وعدم تنظيم وعدم متابعة بتاعت الهياكل التنظيمية، لأنه إذا كنا فعلا نتابع الهياكل التنظيمية وبنتعامل كأجسام تنظيمية، الضبط التنظيمي أكيد اللي قاعد يحصل ده ما بيحصل، لأنه الرؤية أو الخط التنظيمي دائما أيزول منظم بيتباو. وده ممكن أنا بشوف اللي قاعد يحصل ده قد يكون آراء الشخصية أو فردية مع آراء تنظيمية، لأنه كما قلت المعارضة قيادات المعارضة قاعدين نسوا إنه يشتغلوا مع بعض. حتى المشاورات ده لما الناس ما لقوا وقت عشان يقعدوا مع بعض، الناس وعدوا إنه في أي جلسة بأقرب جلسة مع بعض المعارضة ممكن يقعد عشان يوحد رؤيتهم وممكن يجي مع بعض. وبالنسبة لتخالف هو أو نقول ذات الله هو تعاون بين الناس واي او زي ما ممكن شرحوا. ده تعاون ولا حتى اتفاق ولا حتى تحالف، وتعاون based on military. بعد كما تطوير فتاو زي ما كلنا تابعنا في مذكرة برضو تفاهم اتوقعت اللي هو military and politically. الناس وضعوا جزء نقاط العمل السياسي عشان يكون مع بعض. ممكن زي ما بس بقال ممكن الفترة الجاية الناس هيشتغلوا في النقاط ده كأوراق متفق عليه، هو سياسية دبلوماسية وحتى المواقف بتاعنا لأي مفاوضات. وده ممكن ده مقبل كسبا اتكلم فيها، لأنه في حاجات اللي هو تمسك بتاعت الاي او باتفاق عندهم اتفاق مع حكومة الموقف بتاعهم هيكون شنو، إذا تم إطلاق طريق موقف بتاع اي او شنو هيكون متعاون بتاعنا مع الناس. وده ممكن ده على أدى لتأخير صراحة. المذكرة التفاهم ده مفترض يكون ينسخ 8، ممكن تأخرت قريب ل 5 شهر ولا 6 شهر، جينا وقعنا شهر 3، لأنه كان نقاش داير في جانب بتاع الكلام المخاوف الممكن الناس قاعدين يطرحوا حصة حاليا في السوشيال ميديا، إنه ديل بيستخدموا ديل وديل بيستخدموا كديل، وكان إذا تم إطلاق رياض مشار المصير بتاع التعاون ده هيكون شنو وكده. كل حاجات ده زي ما قلت سبق بتناقش، وده ممكن ده من الحاجات النقاشات الداخلية بتاعت التنظيمين، وده ممكن خلى فرصة نصب زمن طويل عشان الناس يناقشوا بصورة أوسع، وممكن لفترة 6 شهور لغاية ما جينا وقعنا من شهر 8 وقعنا شهر 3. التعاون ده ممكن زي ما قلت في نقاط في التعاون السياسي وفي التعاون الميليتري، وخيتم تطويره فيما بعد لاتفاقات أو لتحالفات. وده مش عشان اي او الناس وحدهم، برضه هيشمل كل المواردات في الخارج، زي ما اي او ريتش also لجزء من المواردات زي UPA، حتى هم وصلوا مرحلة متقدمة بتاعت وضع ورق وكده. برضه محتاجين برضه يدوا فرصة لنفسهم يفكروا، لأنه ده في النهاية إحنا كمواردة عندنا عدو بتاعنا مشترك، إحنا لازم نعمل مع بعض. والكلام الداير ده أنا شايف ده ما بيودي يعني ما هيأثر في تحالفات المعارضة، ما هيأثر في مواقف بتاعت المعارضة، خاصة في طرف في تكتية الجنوب عشان ننقذ الشعب جنوب السودان وننقذ البلد. أكيد المعارضة كلنا متفقين بالكلام ده، وسعيين إنه نبني تحالف قوي ممكن نبني عليها المواقف السياسية ولأي اتفاقات يكون هو مسألة معقدة. شكرا. أنا بجيب لنا الطريقة.
يا شكرا كثير بجد compatriot وياك، يعني كلكم ما شاء الله كرفاق قدمتوا آراء كله واضحة في ردود حول أسئلة لنا طرحت لكم. I really want to appreciate your effort today. It was really brilliant, and you did not leave any stone unturned. And this is the work of a very committed, cadres of such organization like NAS, that we are well informed and well equipped with the vision and mission and objective of NAS, and plus all the issues that actually has affected our country since then. With this, we just want to take a little opportunity, maybe 2 or 4 questions from the public, if that okay، عشان بعد ده كمان ترتاحوا لأنه انتوا قعدتوا فترة طويل هنا، فأنا هدي فرصة إنه الناس اللي دايرين يطرحوا أسئلة بتاعهم. أخونا تشارلي تاهيلي نمبر 1 بقى فوق هناك. أنا ما أعرف لو في منو تاني ناس اللي رفعوا، أنا ما أعرف في ناس دي اللي التانيين انتوا رفعتوا يدينكم باي أكسيدنت ولا كيف؟ فأنا هاخد كم نفر كده، أي زول يسأل ممكن كان سؤال واحد بيكون كويس، عشان طبعا انتوا شفتوا الأخوان هنا قعدوا فترة طويلة يا جماعة، وده so شكرا لكم كتير للناس اللي بروا جا في المنصة. اللي ما قادر يطلع فوق ممكن يطرح سؤال بتاعه، يا ريت يكون سؤال واحد عشان مش شنو زمن. وياتوا شايفين يا هو الأخوان بتاعنا رفاق هنا هم بواجهوا مشكلة بتاع انترنت، وكمان ما تنسوا هم كمان في أفريقيا. ناخد اللي هو سيستر ميري وأنتي ميري، maybe تسأل سؤال بتاعك، تفضل.
شكرا كثير مولانا تريزا، أنا بسلم عليكي وأستاذ بولدوزا، أستاذ مناس، أستاذ كونتاسيو، and Engineer Warile and General CPA. My question, I have just one question and then comment, please. My question is, after this consultation, what is next step? And if there is any next step, how long is the frame for that? Are we gonna wait long, like since been happening in Rome, and then people will wait, and our people are dying constantly, as you instated? So this is my question. My comment is, really, I'm very proud of you guys, Manasseh and Contasio. Your answers to the questions is really very brilliant. So I really appreciate that. And my, especially because some of this is really affected me. One of the things that you really said here, especially the root causes, because if this problem is not solved from the root causes, people will still come back and fight. And the other things is justice, because myself, I'm waiting for justice. And the third thing, actually, there is so many, but I'll just end with the third thing, also which is close to me, is the land issue. The problem with the land issue, so many of our lands been taken. I'm not talking about the land in Juba town. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the villages. Because so many people that are coming from their villages or from their town or their places, they will come to Juba, not only to Juba, they go to villages. And then during holiday, or if they are tired of Juba, they will go and say, oh, I'm going to rest in my village or in my place, But my community, they don't have any place to go and rest or to visit or to cultivate even. So I thank you for that this issue, really, you're going to go further with it and you stick into it. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's it. That's my question. Thank you and comment.
Thank you, Auntie Mary, Sister Mary. By the way, she's the wife of the late leader, Dr. Wanitombe. Maybe some of you heard about Dr. Wanitombe. He's also one of the individual who has contributed. He was also part of the IO some time back, before he was assassinated in Ethiopia. Manasa, I think you captured the question. Are you there, Manas?
Yeah, I
Okay.
captured the question.
Okay, thank you. Go on.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mary, for this question. Straight away, I can answer. After this consultation, what next? What next in terms of the step that need to be taken? Honestly, we don't know. We don't know what this consultation results to. But in the normal circumstances, we expected them to announce the outcome of their discussion, either in the kind of framework that they wanted to adopt as a basis for new negotiation or whatever. It depends on the people who appointed this envoy to decide. And then from there, then we shall be able to know the next step that they wanted to take. The time frame, of course, we also don't know as to when they will be able to come out with the outcome of this consultation in terms of time frame. That we will not also know, will not explain in certainty. However, on the other points that you made as a comment, or especially on land issues of justice, overall issues of addressing the root cause of conflict, the fact that NAS has not been part of the RSS agreement and all other agreements that has been conducted in the South Sudan until now, it is because we noticed that some essential part of the issues that affects the lives of the people of South Sudan are not part of this initiatives that have been going on. And this include these issues that we have talked about, and we have fashioned it on as the real issues that exactly affect the people, including even you. And of course, we thought that as a political organization that is not working for itself, but working for its members and the larger people of South Sudan, we made a commitment that we will not be part of any agreement that exclude some of the important issues that affects our people. And we risk that, including the threats that Cortesio talked about. In fact, those threats, when it was met in Ethiopia, I was actually part of that meeting, and we stood our ground because we say the country has killed a lot of people. Those who are killed by the regime, those who are killed by the then governments in Juba, in Khartoum, in Juba now, those who died of hunger, those who died of a lot of things. But South Sudan is still continuous. So if we have a conviction that one day this country will become fine for each and everybody, and if it takes our lives such that justice will prevail in South Sudan, we are ready to sacrifice. And that's what General Thomas told them in that meeting. If you think our lives, we will bargain our life for full justice for the people of South Sudan, then I'm prepared to do that. So you can do whatever you want, but I want to tell you that I will not be part of any peace process that sacrifice our interests to our people. So if those people were shocked, they don't believe that there is one South Sudanese who will one day come up and stand firm in front of them. So as today we speak, we are still in the region, we are doing anything. So sometimes we don't need to give up for any threat that will come outside, and people think you can easily be manipulated, and they're like, no, it's not like that. Because at the end of the day, if I refuse an agreement, if I refuse to be part of an agreement, there is no crime for that, unless there is somebody who can justify that that's a crime. Yeah, but there is no a crime to be part of any agreement, international or whatever. So I don't think why we should fight. So, Mr. Mary, some of these things are essential for National Salvation Front, and no matter what it will take us, we want to ensure that they are part and parcel of the issues that will be resolved if, in case there is going to be any peace process. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. صباح. أنا ما أعرف أنت عندك إضافة ولا أظن ده كافي كونتاسيو.
Yeah, أسمع ما بعد لازم صباح قد جانب كله خلنا الفرصة لباقي الناس ممكن يسألوا. شكرا. أنا بذكر مدام ماري بأسئلة بتوع مخاوف اللي قدموا، لكن زي ما قلت it took it in consideration. That is why أقترح بتاعت البيت اللي قدمنا قلنا عشان ما يبدأ من لا شيء ويأخذ ثمن، قلنا نستفيد من الاتفاقات المفاوضات التم طرح حقهم كله، نستفيد منه يكون كبيزك، ممكن منه يكون هياكل بتاعت المفاوضات الجاي، يطلع منه البروبوزال إذا في فعلا هم جادين للمفاوضات، ده ممكن الطريقة اللي نطرحها عشان ما يكون بداية من السفر. So that's why we are also concerned about the time and the limit of it. Thank you. We don't want to take long. We can give some people to ask. Thank you.
Yeah, شكرا كثير باشمهندس كونتاسيو للإضافة برضو. نمشي في اللاين هنا. طبعا أنا عندي اللي هو باشمهندس وريدة، نديك فرصة للسؤال.
شكرا. السلام عليكم كلكم، ضيوفكم باشمهندس كونتاسيو ومناسة بولدوزر تريزا and all the guests and the attendants. My question is very simple. I'm just wondering, with regards to the Dar el Salam proposed dialogue after the consultation phase, will representation be based on individual parties or on alliances formed among the parties? As NAS is concerned, will NAS be entering these negotiation positions as individual, as NAS, or as part of an alliance? And if so, which part of alliances will NAS be engaging with in the Dar es Salaam proposed dialogue? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bashmandis Warila. Let's give chance to Manasa. Subha, Fadal.
Thank you, Engineer Aurelia, for your question. Will this consultation process, actually he was asking if there is a dialogue, is it going to be based on the individual representation or on alliance? And if it is on alliance, which alliance will NAS be referring or using? First of all, when we went for this consultation, we went as the SOMA, and that's why General Thomas, as the chairperson of SOMA and the secretary, the two principals under SOMA, Emmanuel Lajamin, and then of course the membership of Contasio, who's both the leader in NAS and also a person in having a role in SOMA. That's one. Two, how is it going to be in case it is because what we went there as in the consultation, we don't.
Sorry guys, it's the same issue just occurred. Just wait. Here, basi jamaa. Just give me a minute to check with him. Okay. Then we'll be back here if something happened. We just need to apologize to Jamata when you hold the weather.
Sorry.
Yeah, welcome.
Juba was used in the element of divide and rule, penetrating the opposition and dividing them, especially at the time was taught. So as you realize at the end of the day, opposition was not able to put a coherent position because Khartoum was actually talking individuals and leaders such that it weakened the position of opposition. So in a very technical and delicate and sensitive negotiation like the one of South Sudan, where the transactional politics of interest and the like, the ideal form of such things, such that you guarantee and then strengthen your negotiating political position, the best way is always alliances. Alliances, first of all, it saves time, and two, it gives you proper negotiating position to oust the government. Because at the end of the day, the government is, even if they have other groups that are with them, but they're all considered one. That is our preferred approach that way, and we have been sticking. Even if at the end of the day there was a time they tried to divide us. They don't want other members of SOMA, but we were able to defeat Ismail Wise because we told him, why do you want us not to bring other members of SOMA and you invited Malong? Can you tell us the rationale of involving Malong in discussion, and you don't want, for instance, those of Emmanuel Ajawin and Pakin didn't at that time? What is the rationale? So Ismail at the end found it very difficult to answer, and at the end we came together as a SOMA, and then the consultation was then done with SOMA, not necessarily us. So in case of any negotiation, if this culminated in a peace process, as traditionally as NAS, we believe we have a conviction that alliances will make it possible. There is an alliance which is formal, and then there is an alliance which is informal in terms of negotiating positions. So it doesn't matter, even if we are not in alliance with some of these groups, formal alliance that addresses the issues of parties, but then having a joint position in negotiation, it cannot be called an alliance, but you are presenting an equal the same position. So that technical issues can be easily resolved. When I was explaining, I did say that soon we are engaging together with SPLM-IO to harmonize some key, around 4 to 5 political issues. One of it is an issue of federalism. The other one is on the issue of new peace plan. The other one is on the issue of where these are the two elements that appeared while we were discussing on that MOU. But there are other issues that we will develop, especially when we are now discussing about agenda. Of course, they will have their own agenda to bring, and I also have our own agenda, and then we see which one we can pick and discuss about these things. And for instance, if we're discussing about a peace plan, then definitely the question of how to approach, for instance, a negotiation will become as part of this negotiation. So here it becomes too early. I don't want to preempt what will be the outcome of that, because this is now an issue that it is under proposal. How is it going to be looked like? But now, when we look at SOMA, I think it is formal alliance, and we have been traditionally doing our process the same. And you remember when we are discussing with IO, we also did inform SOMA that we are discussing with IO, and these are the areas that we wanted to achieve with them, and they also they said there's no problem, whatever we are doing. So the same thing, whatever we are going to agree with IO, we're also going to share with them on what is it that we have agreed on that, and in case if it has any impact with the SOMA alliance or whatever like this. So these are the issues that, in fact, we are dealing with. Thank you.
يا شكرا. ثانك يو كومبريس صباح. تقدر تضيف حاجة وياك ولا كفاية من زميلك؟
Yeah, I think الكتابة بسيطة هو ممكن طرق الدعوات أظن في الأمثلة زي اللي كان حصل في زمن سوا. الدعوة بتجي لكل التنظيمات، لكن لما تمشي في داخل النقاش بتمشي ككتلة واحد، لأنه بتكون قعدنا كسوا we harmonize our points and our stand, and then we present it as SAWA. The same is with SOMA. So I think if there is any negotiation coming, I think we'll follow the same issues, will not be different from that, so that we harmonize our points together as opposition, as well other oppositions. As I mentioned in the previous, that even without any alliance, we managed to have the one proposal, and we present it as is alliance or is organization present the stand that we agreed as opposition, despite the alliance. So this also will not be far from any negotiation. If we are not alliance in one body, two alliance or three alliance, we can agree on the points, on the negotiation points that we want this agreement, all the discussion to be shaped on this line, and then we'll go, any organization or any alliance will present it as we've been agreed. I just would stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, compatriot Contasio. أنا هنزلك بعد ده وريلي يعني نمشي للزول الثاني. The next person is General CPI. Please proceed with your question. One question, please. Yeah.
One best.
Yeah, ما أي زول هسه جاوب بس سؤال واحد بس عشان the time.
Salam Consultations. Salam ako Abui, ako kamana guest speaker here, hello Oye, and brother Manas, yala jaran tanata minapana lena sa ujuak ma nyet jengeta jedeta.
No, please, Charles. No, Charles, please. We're serious here. It's a serious matter. Just ask your question. Without...
For the record, this is General Charles Pinson, the leader of the Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice Movement, proud Equatorian from the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria. My question is, there is this Dinka land occupation of Equatoria, the demographic change of Equatoria. What will be the compromising factor for National Salvation Front in the Dar el Salam negotiation or any other negotiations? Number two, which is the last...
No, please, one question only, because we also have question at the comment section. One question, that's enough, yeah.
Can I make a comment there?
No, thank you. Just questions today. Yeah. I hope completed Manasa, you captured the question. Manasa, are you there? Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you, Charles, for your question. We are talking about land in Equatoria, which was either dropped or taken. And I think Contasio elaborated on the issue of land so much when he was explaining the question of what would be NAS perspective, so approach when assuming peace process avail itself. And he was able to explain that based on our discussion in Rome, if we could revisit our discussion in Rome, there are other outstanding issues that we did not agree then with the government of Juba. And at that time, when we were discussing at Soma, and of course, NASA as part of it, we had a sticking issue on the issue of borders, both international and internal borders, in terms of references. In case of any dispute, what will be the reference point? And that aspect relates to the issues of land ownership and land administration generally, and land transfers. So that aspect relates to this particular aspect, even if it looks general. So Contasio explained it that in normal circumstances, there are ways of how land is administered and governed. And the Constitution defines the ownership of lands and what types of land any country has. We know all that land belongs to the community, and it can be owned individually, it can be owned by government, it can be owned by communities, and then the law also stipulates how to acquire that land and how to dispose that land. So here, if this is the definition and the legal framework that governs land process, then it doesn't allow anybody to come and grab someone's land using a force without the due process of the law. And we know very well that up to now there are still some gaps in our land system which need to be put in place and addressed. And that's why we say land is also one of the root cause of the problem that we have in the country, and therefore there must be a way of resolving. And for your information, when we talk about land issues, we're not limiting ourselves to Equatoria alone. We remember in Upper Nile we have issues of land, by the way, very serious one, and especially in Malakal. You know the situation there. Even in Barghazal, in Western Barghazal, we know we have a very serious issues of land there. And then even in Equatoria, there are several areas that has sensitive issues of land, and others which are latent are not yet known, but with time it will also appear. So these are all issues that are there, and therefore it doesn't need a regional solution, but it needs a national approach in this thing. And that's why the peace agreement provides a national solution to national problems, and that's why we prefer that it has to be addressed on that particular context. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, brother Manas. وياك انت عندك اي اضافه تقدر تضيف للسؤال ده ولا هتكتفي بالكلام ده؟ تفضل.
يقول الكلام ده ممكن the issue of land فسرت بيه كتير، وده ممكن هو زي ما قال لي the issue of land is not about the region or about the state or individuals. We're talking issue of land in the whole of South Sudan. We have many issues of cases of land occupation in South Sudan, causing instability So issue of land is, as I say, it is one of our priority as NAS. As we know, in last meeting in Rome, we differ a lot in issue of land and the reference of it. الحاجة المضحكة إنه ممكن حتى رئيس الوفد حكومة كان أجر النيالدين اللي هو لنا بيجا معارف تبع UPA. أنا ما أعرف هو كان ضرب ترابيزة في الموضوع بتاع الليندا لأنه رؤية الحكومة كان اللي هو قدمه إنه reference في that land issue will be based on 2011. That means لما جنوب السودان أخذ استقلال في 2011 any community who was stated in any area in South Sudan, they have the rights or even to claim the ownership of that area. A community, we stay on that area, and 2011 get him there. They have the right of ownership of the land of that place as a citizen, not even just he can feel as one of that community. So this was one of the main differ with the government. I don't know how is this going to be now. Even the very person who was the leader of the government is now the opposition. How will be his stand about the land issue? هل هو هيكون بنفس الموقف اللي هو كان بيه في الحكومة؟ طرح اللي هو كان طرحه ولا هو هيكون فيها طرح؟ So ده ذاته هيكون واحد من المواضيع السخنة بالنسبة للمعارضة عشان يجمع الآراء عشان يكون واحد يتفقوا عليها. So ده بس ركن إضافة لكلام السباقا لقوي شركة تغيير. Land issue will remain the main issue and will be solved in the whole context of South Sudan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, compatriot Oyek. I will not take people again. أنا هشيل في أسئلة تانين في comment section. I will just remain with those on the stage. Brother Charles, I'm going to drop you down. And then we go to the next person. Just one question. Ujuk, تفضل ask your question. Brother Ujuk.
Yeah,
تفضل.
I wanted to ask Manas and the problem of land, especially in our upper Nile. Since you guys seems to have defined it as a problem of land occupation, extension, and in case of our Shuluk land in the Eastern Bank, we have been there historically since 1445. Now there are some groups like what you said, whether it's media, but it's also media and political people like Mataktak, Coach, Wilson. All of them are saying, especially somebody who claims to be an historian. I don't know what school did he went for studying history, called Aaron Gernyang. He thinks that the land of Upper Nile, Dolepel, Nul were part of the gem of Upper Nile before. And in our oral history or the history of Sudan, we don't recall whether they were Denkas in that land. So what I want to ask you, Soba, do you think that this is a problem of the Denka culture of being nomads, moving with their cows, and now the British came and educated them, and they think they can just move to any other people's land because they were former nomads? You know what the nomads do. We have nomads from Nigeria called Umboro. They came all the way to Garizande to West Equatoria. But those nomads with Umboro, they don't claim people's land. Or let's say other cattle keepers in Eastern Equatoria, people like Latuko, Aboya, Didinga, or maybe Lopit. I've never seen them moving into occupying the Barian land or Lacholi land. So could this be a problem of Denka being Namites and now they are getting stabilized? They want to settle in other people's land. And thank you.
Yeah, Compatriot Suba, are you there?
Thank you, Ajok, for your question about the land in Upper Nile, especially the Cholo Kingdom. Land is a very sensitive issue, and if we don't discuss and resolve the issue of land honestly and objectively, we will find ourselves untamed, because land is limited. There is no way you can produce land. It's a limited resource. Once you are given land by God, there is no any other opportunity that you will also have that land. The only opportunity that you will have, unless you acquire it legally by buying. But as a community, there is no way you can have it. And that's why it's very sensitive. And even any natural and functioning government that work for the people will not entertain any notion of using its machinery to deprive other people of their land and reward others. If there is a system like that, then that system must be fought and must be removed. Because if it succeeds to remove from one, this same system will now move to another. But if you wanted to stop this cycle of gravity, you stop the cancer from spreading. I'm giving you this example because I've ever worked in a ministry which is in charge of land with Contasio in Juba, in a very sensitive area, and we know why land is so sensitive. There was a time where I was in an office and a large committee came to me, and this committee, I came to realize this is a committee of land grabbers. Imagine land grabbers organizing themselves into a committee. Now they wanted government to reward them the land which they took from people. That time I was a minister, and they came to me. And then I told them point blank, I said, it will happen with another person, but not with me. I cannot reward criminals, people who have taken people's land. You see? I will only reward you if you agree with the person that you took the land from. If you have your own local agreement there, and he has stepped down, I don't know, maybe you have compensated him with the land somewhere, you owe you bought the land, and he has come out, surrendered everything. That one is acceptable. But the government doing it, me doing it for you, I will not. I think that process, because they own the government, it cost me my position at the end of the day with other factors that are there. So this land of Cholo under a normal government will always have a point of reference. And that's why we're talking about the reference points. Because there is no way somebody calls a historian of land will come and media will begin talking. What are you talking about? The parties to the conflict will always be guided, or even the arbiter, where you have taken yourself to court, or you are taking yourself before a tribunal. So that arbiter will not start from nowhere. He will have a basis, a reference point for which he will trust the proper ownership of that land that is there. So I want to assure you that the problem that is going on in most of these areas that has problem of land, it is not that the system It is not that the people are not interested to solve this problem, but the problem is what type of government is there? Because it is this government which is making the resolution of this problem very difficult. I even remember, because for us, we have been in the struggle throughout this time. We know what is happening. Even during Garan, there was the attempt to alter things in that area, but Garan stood firm, referring to issues, resolutions, even that have been taken in the old Sudan. And that's why during the struggle, there are no issues that have been referred to. Why? Because there is a system that believes on the fact that you need not to use your position to deny people their own land. So I think Ojok, what is going on currently has its connection in Juba. Who are those people who are sitting in Juba in power? At the end of the day, if we are able to address the challenges of governance in South Sudan, then that will also trickle down for us addressing the challenges of land that we have in various problems. And for us, as a National Salvation Front, assuming that we have an opportunity one day to govern that country, we will not shy away to speak our mind on who is the true owner of a land everywhere. We will not shy away, because at the end of the day, it is the law that will tell that this land belongs to this, and you give it without compromise. This is how government operates. Even if that land was taken by my son, but the land says it belongs to that person, you as a leader, you have to make sure that you take that land from your son and you give that person, and you make your son to pay all the damages that that person suffered all this time when he was struggling for his land. This is how a normal government which works for people is supposed to act, but not like what currently these people are doing in Juba. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Soba. I don't know, Oyek, do you have something to add into that, or?
Thank you, Ojok. I think that.
Yeah, thank you, brother Ojok. Yeah, Fadal, Contasio, if you want to add something.
Yeah, I thank you for the question. I think the issue of land of a dispute that happened with short of land and I think who are in Upper Nile claiming the area of Shola. I think if we go to the because I always use saying we need to talk about always on the reference issues. I'm an engineer, a surveyor engineer. That is why I prefer to talk on reference issues. When you go back since 1900, the beginning of surveying started in 1914, 13 and 14. The maps and the reference since that time are there. If you're not found in South Sudan, in Sudan, you can get the reference. You can get in Egypt. You can get in UK. These are the areas always the government require to go. If there is any dispute, we go with a written document from the government. We get those maps. So I think the issue of shallow land, the dispute of land, is not new. I think during the autonomous government in late 70s and early 80s, there was also the claim about the land of Sholo, the dispute, and the committee was formed and went and demarcated. A committee of surveyors went to Upper Nile, Malakal, and they do their job with reference that they have and demarcate the area. And the final report was this area belonged to Sholo. Since that time, there is no any issue concerning about the land dispute about the claim again. Till I think there was an attempt that Sobai talking about during the liberation, even getting referred to that report of the surveyors that did the job. As well, what is going now, I think it is just because of the power. the Jeng elites holding the power, and then they are now manipulating the communities on this issue of land. There are maps there showing everything clear, saying if there is, we as mass, we prefer always that the issue of land, we need to have reference. That is why they're manipulating during the negotiation that the reference should be 2011, which is not, even we don't have any maps about 2011 there with the reference. So the issue of land, always we refer it to the reference maps, which is on always to solve any dispute. The issue of dispute of land between Cholo and Dinka in Upper Nile will be solved through the reference that we have in hands. If we don't have, the government can look it in to the archive in Sudan or in Egypt or in London. So this can be solved. So I think this is what I want to add, that if we go back to the reference, we give the rights of the owners. الحرة المكون موجودة بيؤدي حق لكل الحقية لكل واحد. So that's إنه ده ممكن إضافة لكلام السباقال. شكرا.
شكرا باشمهندس زهير. I think Renyang will run away from you since you are a land engineer.
ناس كونتاسي ده هم يساهموا في حاجات كتير. هو إنسان كفء. شكرا كتير أستاذ وجوك. أنا هننزلك. The next person in line to ask the question is منو the doctor أنيت بقى جوزيف بقى أنيت دكتور دكتور جوزيف أنيت تفضل. أنا ذات استغربت. تفضل. Go on, ask your question.
Yeah, Sister, a long time. Yeah, I greet all of you. Bulldozer is there, and Oyek is there, and Manasa, a long time, and everyone else. So my question is going to Brother Manasa, who is a spokesperson for the NAS. If the right person actually will answer most questions that direct to the NAS. So brother, you have said that you have outlined the ally between the IO was a military ally, and you refer that the political ally will be later, but military alliance that you have aligned with the IO and the NAS are just like us. We are all out of position. And when you align with the IO in a legal ramification, did you understand the internal issues of the IO? And in response to the paper that was written by Dr. Yak, that we have no responsibility for the army. Is it true, or was it just a social media propaganda, that paper? Yeah, so that is my question, and I have no other question. Thank you.
Computer Suba? I think you captured the question, yeah?
Oh, I got the question. Oh, thank you, Joseph. Is it Dr. Joseph?
Who bigger Dr. Joseph, you mean?
I've been student for more than 20 years.
Okay, it's okay. There's no problem. Just wanted the other, because it's just doctor, and then the other name, Joseph. Yeah. Thank you for your question. Yes, we have a military, what we call MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with SPLM-IO, and that military MOU prioritizes military cooperation and we are determined to develop it into political also cooperation. And
sorry guys, module the internet he's facing. He will hopefully he will return. Yeah, معلش كده انا ادوب له time. Okay, you're welcome.
He was asking about if we are aware of any legal ramification of our MOU. We are aware of whatever we have agreed with the MOU in the MOU with the IO to the extent of our knowledge. And when we went to that agreement, to that cooperation, we search ourselves and we search our intentions, and we entered into that cooperation. We are aware of the IO currently outside, which is managed by OED as an interim acting chair. We are aware of that job, and we have a mandate to execute such agreement. I don't know how they are dealing on their internal issues. That I'm not going to comment about, because we don't know how they are dealing on their internal issues. How are they communicating with somebody who is under detention? That is not our responsibility. But yes, when we come for a meeting, he said he has all the powers to do whatever we are agreeing for. So that is the extent of our cooperation, and we are okay with that kind of arrangement. In regard to the internal administrative, internal party issues of the SPLM-IO, that is not our responsibility as National Salvation Front. Our cooperation starts at those areas that we have agreed on, but not extending to the internal affairs of the SPLM-IO. And by the way, even us in National Salvation Front, we also have our own internal challenges as far as our organization is concerned. And I think IO even is not interested to know how we are solving them. How is it affecting us? That's not, I think, their responsibility. So basically, this is what I can answer. And regard to any correspondences that is going on and the like, there are many issues in media, so we cannot also comment whether those things are authentic or not, because it's very difficult to really ascertain most things. There are things that look authentic, but others will say it's artificial intelligence generated. There are things that look fake, but then we will say, this thing is right. So media is awash with a lot of things. So it's very difficult to comment things on certainties and the like. But when it comes to our MOU, this is what we believe in, and this is what is going to guide us, and this is what we're going to strengthen even more. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. منصة. أنا ما أعرف وياك تقدر تضيف حاجة ولا كفاية كلام منصة؟ Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna move you down, Dr. Joseph Vinyet. Please, I'm not going to bring anybody on the stage. I think this is enough. I will just take the rest of the question from the comment section. Sister Didi, you go and ask your question.
Thank you, Teresa. Greetings to you, Teresa, Bulldozer, and Oyak, and Manasa, Samuel, and Leila, and
The name is Jongo Muallim. Jongo Muallim.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. My question will be, I'm just, as an Equatorian nationalist, we advocate as political, and also we have a civil line that we, as a organization and movement. I just wanted to say, we've been out here for so long, we've been advocating and all these things, and I think we think that is the time is right for us. And if we launch a force movement down there, will you now also cooperate? Or will we come in a cooperation whereby we will not aggress each other, we will work along each other line, or hell will break loose, or we can actually come to an understanding of something, or we can come to an understanding of something that we can work alongside. Because we've been out here so long, and we thought that the time is more than enough for us now to make the move, and our people are ready. So would you guys put that in consideration? Thank you very much, and it's good as usual to congregate with you guys here, listening to you guys talking. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Sister Didi, for your question. Manasa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Didi, for your question. When you look the way you structure your question, you wanted the detractors of the National Salvation Front tomorrow to begin opening their media that NAS has declared independence in South Sudan. This is the way you put it. But anyway, I'm going to answer you, no problem. You see, remember, several times we have been discussing about this issue of regional movements or groups that are advocating for separation, groups that have actually lost interest in the project called South Sudan. You see, and us in National Salvation Front, we said such groups, they have a legitimate right to demand whatever they are calling for, simply because the system in Juba has failed to address the fundamental problems that the country is going through. And now people who does not have the guts to pressure on now look at it as the only option is to opt out from the grand project of South Sudan. And here comes a group that believes that no, there is still an opportunity for us to salvage this country called South Sudan, and then build a state that protects the right of each and everybody wherever you are, and that will now address the notion of this nationalist in the region who wants to opt out, just like the way the CPA agreement was crafted to provide, first of all, unity attractive to the people of South Sudan. And if we are taken off by the niceties or the good things of the unity, then we'll now opt for unity than secession. You see that? That is our thinking that we still believe in. And therefore, we have always been consistent that if we are able to address the challenges that we have with the government in Juba, then definitely the call for for independence, the region will naturally die off. And then the event that you are quick to go on and now form your movement and the like, definitely you have your enemy, and that enemy is the regime which is in Juba. You are not going to direct your weapons against us, and therefore, if you are not going to direct your weapons against us, then definitely we will not also have an interest to direct our weapons against you. And then, if there is a need for us to collaborate and take over the Juba, then this collaboration, first of all, will come out of discussions. First of all, we will agree that we will take over Juba, but then give us an opportunity to build a unified state that provide legitimacy, provide rights to each and every person in the South Sudan. And the separation will not be an override option. But then you see how committed these new persons who comes to power, or this new system who comes to power, will want to address the sensitive issues that we have in the country. For instance, issues of land, issues of marginalization, issues of equality, and many issues that are there. Then from there you will see whether it is possible or it is not possible for us to unite together. So that's one. Number two, we also say that there is a need for us to continue talking. People have to talk. Because without talking, you will not be able to know why this person wants to opt out. And now, when we are talking about regional movements or people who want to opt out, it's not only limited to Equatorial. There is one in Upper Nile one time who was talking about independent Upper Nile and the like. So a government, a responsible government in Juba one time will have to think, what is these people talking about this? What is it? Because when you look at this course, it looks as if it is very small, but it will reach a time where it will catch a fire. And when it catches fire, it will be very, very hard to extinguish it. So usually something that begins like a joke, and people think is just an isolated group of individuals and the like, at the end of the day will cost a country much in resolving it. And an example I can give is an incident in 60s in Biafra, when the communities in Biafra are complaining about marginalizations and the like. So people thought that those people are few, and the alliance of the Northerners and the Southerners, especially in the south, in the part of the those are Igbos, I think, no Yorubas. They can easily unite, and any notion of independence would be easily defeated. But they underestimated that. Now, when Ojugu came out as a military officer and then used his skills in the army and mobilized his community, and they started, the separation project, it was Nigeria. And I think after now, the Nigerian government is still feeling the impact of the Biafran war. So these are the examples, and there are many areas also that have actually gone through all these things. And that's why we are saying some of these things need to be addressed. We have to look at the root causes of the problem, including these people who have been calling for separation. What exactly are their main issues? So, Sister Didi, for us as National Salvation Front, we don't fear to confront sensitive national issues, whether being called for independence. We will be able to talk to them and try as much as possible to convince them. That's one. We are ready to confront serious border issues like the ABA issue, because we are not short of argument, and we can argue, and we are not short of that. So we are ready to do that, even at the weakest point as a nation. And the regime in Juba is fearing that when they bring this issue, maybe the government in Khartoum will overpower them. That is not the issue. You cannot compromise your national interest because you feel you're weak. The time when you think you will strengthen yourself and begin to discuss a bit when you have already gained strength, the land will have gone. So that is not a wise strategy. And that's why a National Salvation Front, issues like this, we don't fear. We don't chicken away to discuss about them. And that's why even including the issue of the Sholo Kingdom, there are people, when you ask them, they will give a very crafty political explanation. Because for them, maybe they think if they come out openly, they will lose support. And we don't care. Better for you to be on the side of justice of the right and they lose support. Better. But then stand with the right, that which is there. And there are many issues, even including the issues of in Western Barghazal. Those issues we cannot shy away. We can talk about them, and that has been our belief, and that has been a principle that drives us. So, Didi, if you are, as you put it, an Equatorial nationalist, and you think you have your own issues, and you wanted to discuss with National Salvation Front issues, we will discuss. But our framework of a discussion is let's give unity a priority. And then you look at us whether we can justify your interests or we cannot. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just, Malish, if I can just comment something, just I wanted to say that because we will have two different forces within and outside. And then on top of it, we have two different plans that we'll be launching out. One will be the one that I said, and the other, we will not mention it unless that will be in a secret when we discuss the National Salvation, strictly as Equatorians. I know that National Salvation have other members and stuff like that. But this is what I just want to say. But yeah, we will hopefully launch a very offensive movement on the ground. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sister Didi. I'll now drop you down. انت كتبت السؤال بتاعك اخوي اجل مكانجي اللي هو جونجو معلم، لانه السؤال بتاعك ده جاوبوا عليه من خلال لانه طرحت اسئله، في اسئله انا طرحت there are some question I already asked and it's been answered by the two guests. ليلى لو عندك سؤال اتفضل، سؤال واحد. ليلى انت موجود؟ اتفضل اسال سؤال.
ازيك؟
يا اتفضل اسال، اطرح سؤالك يا.
اوكي، ازيك انت؟ كيف كويسه؟
كويس الحمد لله، اتفضل.
اوكي، انا غادي بس على حاجه واحد بس مسكين اسال الشباب دول. هم بيتكلموا عربي مش؟
في عربي انجليزي يا اتفضل.
ما في كلاس؟ ما لو مشكله ما في عربي. anyway انا بقول شنو؟ قوة باور ايو فيفا اثنين حاجات. anyway انا سؤالي بقول شنو؟ اذا هل ناس لو اتفقوا مع ايو ده ولا abusing القناصل في على النيل ده
ليلى احنا ما عاملين حوار، انك انت جاي تحاور، انت اسال سؤال، اسال سؤال، عندك سؤال للاثنين اخوه دول، اطرح سؤال بتاعك.
سؤالات كثير لكن ممكن
بس سؤال واحد، بس تاخذ سؤال واحد، اي زول بيجي سؤال واحد لان عندنا لسه في اسئله في ده، ناس دول قاعده فتره طويله، فانت تفضل يا اسال سؤالك.
اوكي، انا بقول يا اخواني اذا حكومه جنوب السودان ده الطريقه ماشي بيه ده become abusing، نعمل شنو قصد الجنوبيين الثانيين؟ ثانك يو.
Yeah, أنا بعرف brother Manas or Oyek, have you guys captured the question? Sorry? وياك تفضل كده كنت أسألك أنت فيه تفضل.
كويس. شكرا. الآن السؤال ذاته ما مفهوم كده شديد. كده ليلى ممكن تكرر لي
كده يا ليلى كده كرر سؤالك ده كده وضح بشكل مبسط ومفهوم.
اوكي انا بقول بان حكومه جنوب السودان حول السلطه بتاعه كقبليه وهو بيقول بانه هو يوصل السلطه وبحكم الناس ما في طالع ولا هم مش يعني هم يعني ما بعرف بقى السلطه بتاعت اسمه بتاعت اسمه ده السلطه بتاعت يعني
ديكتاتوري
حاجه ده كله
يعني بقى سيطر هيمنه.
ايوه بقى سيطر وهيمنوا وما في الله ولا زول خاشي الا تكون منهم. So بتاع ده how we can handle as الجنوبيين الثانيين لانه الحكومه دلوقتي بتاع ده بقى بس جين معلش يعني والجين ده they don't ايوه
سؤالك السؤال بتاعك وصل خلاص ولا
يا كلنا بنعرف انه الوضع الحكومه فيها وسياسات له بتلعب هو تفرق تسد عشان يزال في السلطه وحكومه تعديل السياسه ده لمصالح حقه خاصه من اجل النخبه حتى جين نفسهم في جين مواطنين زينا طبعا زينا كده وبيستخدموهم كحطب النار عشان هم يزالوا في السلطة وبيستخدموا السياسة دي تتفرق تسد بعد القبائل وبعد مجتمعات الجنوب حتى وصل إلى مراحل بتاعت عشائر داخل جيش نفسه عشائر قاعدين يتشاكلوا ويتقاتلوا وبيموتوا بكميات كبيرة جدا. كلنا بنشاهد وبنعرف اللي قاعد يحصل في الجنوب شنو بشكل اللي احنا قاعدين نشوفه ده. السياسة الحكومة متبعة عشان يزال في السلطة ويفرق المجتمعات من بعدها يخليهم يتخرجوا عشان هدف هم يبقوا في السلطة. عشان نحن نقدر نطلع من الوضع الموجود المعمع ده هو بيحتاج إنه الشعب الجنوب يتكاتف بكل ألوان بتاعه وتزيح الحكومة ده تجيب حكومة المسؤول اللي بيقدر يراعي لمصالح المواطنين والمواطن يكون عنده السلطة العليا عشان يعبر عن الحق بتاعه وبرضه يكون في حريات وفي قوات قومية بيحمي المواطن عشان لو في حصل أي مشكلة القوات القومية ده هم اللي بيحمي المواطن وده ممكن بيؤدي إنه السلاح ما بيكون في يدين المواطن فيكون في يدين الحكومة وده بيقلل من الخلافات اللي المواطن قاعد يتحارب مع بعض. ده ما بتحصل إلا الناس توحد جهودها والمعارضة بتوحد وتجمع نفسها عشان يقدر يحقق المتطلبات الشعب وينقذ الشعب من الوضع اللي هو فيه. ده ممكن بسيطا بقدر يقول إنه الحكومة ده هيفضل زي إذا نحن في ديننا متفرقين ومواطنين وفي ديننا متفرقين في معارضة هنفضل الشعب ده هيفضل طبعاً مهما عملنا استخدموا السلاح في تفرق تسد سنحن نتقاتل مع بعض وهو يبقى في السلطة. شكرا. أنا أصف إنه في حاجة ممكن تجيبها.
Okay, that's a elaborated answer. Thank you.
يا شكرا. يا شكرا. يا شكرا كثير ليلى. انا بنزلك. يا شكرا. يا انا ما اعرف مكانك انت. ترى انت قلت عندك مشكله انترنت، لكن انت كتبت السؤال بتاعك. السؤال بتاعك ده انت طرحته هنا، جاوبوا الاخوه، لانه انا طرحت ده من واحد من الاسئله اللي كان عندي، يعني some of the questionnaire. خلينا نمشي بس بشكل سريع كده في comment section. هنا في some of the question that I also asked in the comment section here, they already been answered. لكن كنا نشوف yeah, Lukaja, your question is already been answered. لأنه I have it here, the questions that هنا نمرة شنو
أصل random question كده للجماعة دي.
دقيقة في question ايش شنو. أنا طبعا معلش ناس الممبرز بتاع الناس اللي رفعوا ايدينكم أنا ما جبتكم فوق، لأنه ده public أجل consult أجل briefing. so انتوا member بتاع ناس، انتوا ما محتاجين تيجي تسألوا القيادات بتاعكم هنا. في سؤال من أخونا اللي هو اسمه أومان. he said IO have been known with their hardcore on 2018 agreement. Will they accept this time to let others be part of this agreement? Also, we know the government of using divide and rule. Do you think what Edward is doing is fueling fuel from IG? There's a question. I don't know if you guys captured this question here. Yeah, that let me. أنا ممكن ننشر لكم كان أنتم ما لقيتوا question ده one of the question ممكن نرسله. في تاني سؤال. Did you catch it?
I think this question is not asking about.
I sent you in your WhatsApp. In your WhatsApp.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
This question that they're asking about individual position of other parties.
Yeah, go on.
Hello, you're getting me?
Yes, yeah, we're getting you.
Yeah, what I'm saying, some of these questions that are asking about the position of other parties, we're not going to answer them because we don't speak for those parties. I think, for all respect, let these questionnaires be reserved in case the parties have their own symposium or discussions, then it will be directed to them. But we cannot be able to give our position on what those parties are thinking about and the like. What we are maybe at the end we'll talk about maybe at the joint position. But those who are individually targeting the position of the parties, we cannot be able to answer those. Thank you.
Okay, there is also another question, but this one is Arabic. Let me go, and I'm just scrolling up a little bit. And if some of us question, I'm just I will regard them because they already been answered. في برضو brother مكانجي سؤال بتاعك ده أنا زي ما أنا قلت خلاص سأله. دقيقة في بتاع أخونا كبير سلاطين ولا هو منو تقريبا وكتب حاجة فوق هنا. let me just go and scroll up and see whether أنا بلقاه. وقال كده كبير سؤالين، قلنا سؤال واحد يا كبير. قال ماذا سيكون الفرق في مرة بين ده ما خدع جديد من الحكومة والاتحاد الأفريقي لإطالة عمر حكومة كير؟ هل ده ما ضياع وقت زي كل مرة؟ جزء من سؤال ده جوابه، لكن الثاني ده أنا ممكن the question is that what is the difference this time around? Is it not just a cheat that a new trick that the government and the African Union are trying to to give long life for this regime, compared Suba, and maybe it's just a waste of time. Maybe, in summary.
Yeah, it can be also a waste of time, as he put it. It can be a waste of time. It may not result to anything. That's why I think you crafted your topic very well. You talk of hopes, you talk of fears, and talk of prospects. So all these things are available on the table. Anything can happen. But of course, when you look at the level the country now has reached in, as we have been explaining in the question about the status of the Artigun and the trajectory that the government of Cuba is taking, if it continues like that, then there is a likelihood that we'll end up with no nation. So it is after us, the people of South Sudan, as a citizen. Then also it is up to the opposition groups as well as the government. If we are concerned about South Sudan, then I think something has to be done to help steady the country, and we address it. And then if it is, if we have all agreed that the problem in the country is the government, then our unity becomes unconditional, and then we see how we can address this particular issues. Because at the end of the day, it is not enough to rely on the regional organization, international, continental organization to solve our problem. When we, the South Sudanese themselves, ourselves, we are not serious about ourselves. So the better we act as citizens, and we know as a citizen, we all know what are the obligations and the duties and responsibilities of the citizens. Otherwise, if we don't want to be citizens, so we better choose to be either fools or idiots. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. There is a question. I think this will be the last question. I think it's from Libby or something. He said, then, okay. Do those opposition groups who went to Dar es Salam for peace talk with Juba regime, are you guys going to negotiate the removal of Juba regime or negotiation to establish the new transition with Juba regime? I don't know if you get that, Mr. Super. Compatriot, في حاجة تقدر ونسو؟
I think نحن لسه في مرحلة بتاعت تشاور. We're still on pre-consultation. We didn't know this kind of animal is going to be a dog or a cat. So for the moment, we will not put the cat in front of the horse. So for the issue of negotiation is going to be to take period or to the transition period. It depend on the envoy himself, how he is going to address. It's going to be negotiation again for the new peace talk, or they have, because they have the mandate, then he will be working from what he's going to have. But the consultation was to hear our views on the problem and the way forward we gave, and then we're waiting for the consultation, or he will call for a new consultation for peace talk. They decide for peace talk for that, and then definitely the peace talk would determine the face of the government, how the position that the government going to talk about. That's why I say we need inclusiveness of any peace talk. All the South Sudanese to express their views, not only the opposition. Thank you.
Yeah, Suba, you want to say something?
I have to put it, we are still consulting. This is just process of consultation. We have not yet reached to discuss about substantive issues, because substantive issues will come when there is another round, particularly when a framework has been declared or initiative has been declared. That's when now we go deep into details of things. But at this level, I think there is nothing as far as any substantive issues are concerned.
Yeah, thank you very much. أنا بالنسبة لك compatriot مكانجي تهد compatriot بولدوسا أنت لو عندك آخر مسج قدرت ترسله عشان بعد ذاك إحنا كمان ندي فرصة لأخوان الاثنين ده to say the last.
I just have something like a joke here about the other there killing soba job majere potassium. Lo dilo mon fursa sa de jibu jamata regime de fikidam tomon. Kuleta ya compatriot soba wala compatriot potassium. Azil waizol tadukulo Kongoro France kodruko habitat munu alita be azil.
Then as I went to Juba.
Not the Juba, that's what we meant. Not the.
أنا بتوجه زولا القصبة توقوي.
انت شايف تركيا تحكم ولا نسمعكم هنا نفسها لو مرسول انه تدو كيف يا ما لسه بقول لك قلت بدو بقى بلانجا تاع صفر
ما يدقوا يقولوا كليت عزل عمل حاجه انت ده they cannot fight man best to go Congo akikuwa bita best.
Hello, Bulldozer. That was a nice joke. Anyways.
Yeah, let me just thank everybody for the time. Yeah?
أنا برالي سؤال طويل جانا. أنا برالي ده التوم ده information مثلا في زول تكتيك ده.
Then what?
أيوة أنا بمشي له.
وما باين أنت ذاته. Ita vende bunu mudogo mitego baba ni taso. Yeah, shukran jamaa kelar kuleko shukran compatriot Soba, compatriot Potassium. That was a wonderful day. You guys really did fantastic job, and we appreciate you for that. We hope that soon you guys will come back and try to give more to the people of South Sudan. Because the more you guys come here, really it elevates people hope up. So I encourage that to look at the zaman, the zaman, these people really want to hear from you guys. And I just want to appreciate you, all of you, and especially the leadership with us for the commitment for the people of South Sudan. And we will continue to do our best until the really total peace comes to the people of South Sudan. We will never give up. We will never give in to the government or to the regime. We will continue to do our best. And I also appreciate our compatriots on the ground. Asakar Betana Al-Gadin, Shakil Bilelu Nahares and Kev Jibuhuri and Lena. We hope that one day the peace will come and we'll all celebrate. So أنا ما عندي حاجة كتير بس حاجة البسيط أنا عنده and therefore شكرا لكم كتير ربنا يبارككم. And to the audience also, I really appreciate all of you for the comments. I've been monitoring the comment section. It has been really peaceful until wise always the Aukan there Jakarabulena comment section. Like in Aya Jakanamas request, everybody was really I appreciate all of you for the spirit of today. And let's keep that spirit. Shukran leto. Let me stop here.
Yeah, shukran كتير compatriot Bulldozer for message and your jokes here as well. We appreciate this sense of humor as well. Mr. Oyek, if you can say the last message to the people of South Sudan, they are listening here.
Okay. شكرا. أنا ممكن بالفرصة الليلة ممكن نضيفنا للبلاتفورم عشان نشارك الأحداث اللي بتحصل في البلد. على المبادرة اللي قامت بها الاتحاد الأفريقي through G5 برئاسة بتاعت ساوث أفريقيا، وهو مكلف بتعيين بتاعت His Excellency former President of Tanzania Kikwete عشان يلعب دور عشان يشوف اللي يجيبوا استقرار في الجنوب. وده ممكن مركز تحت السؤال بتاعه بتاعت بعد كل الاتفاقات اللي حصلت في الجنوب ده ليه استقرار ما قاعد يحصل و what is the way forward. I think this is the main question that we were looking for. I think الطرح الممكن قدمنا هو مشاورات زي ما قلنا. المشاورات بدأت بتوقف للمرحلة اللي بعدها، وزي ما قلنا إنه عندنا مواقف ثابتة كالناس وما بيتغير. المواقف ده من ما طلعنا من أي اتفاقيات 2018 لحد الآن هو نفس المواقف. حتى لما ما اشتركنا بتمايني لأنه المندات تمايني كان واضح، و General Simboyo كان واضح في كلام إنه is coming to negotiate based on how to implement our access. So that is why we didn't attend to mine, because we are not signatories to our access. How the NAS or the SOM are going to discuss issue of implementation to the issue that they are not signatories to. As well, the interim community really worried about the situation in the country. That is why they is reaching to all the opposition, looking for solution. We hope this solution will come soon, as we know our people tired of the war, tired of the situation. They are dying by all the situations in the country, hungry, looting, robbing, by everything. Our people are tired of it. So نتمنى إنه المشوار اللي بدأ كويتي إنه يتم ويكلل بالسلام عادل لكل الشعب في جنوب السودان، وعشان الشعب ياخذ راحتهم، وعارفين إن في مشاكل كبير الموجود في الجنوب. نحن كجبهة الخلاص احنا نشوف إنه ده هو المشاكل المتجذرة في استقرار الجنوب، ولازم يتم محاسبته. أسوأ بنوقف دائما من أجل خطاب بتاعنا، من أجل مواضيع البهيم الشعب، ما من أجل المناصب. هنبدأ كما هو إنه إذا أي اتفاق ما حدد جذور المشكلة هنواصل النضال لحد ما نحقق الهدف الأساسي اللي بيجيب استقرار في كل شعب في جنوب السودان. ناس قوة people power. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's good, people power. Yeah, let's go to Brother Manasseh. Last message, please. Thank you.
شكرا compatriot Teresa, compatriot Bulldozer, and my colleague Engineer Web. I want to give you thanks, moderators, for inviting us for this important discussion. And I believe and I pray that the listeners, the viewers, whether in the YouTube, might be benefited from these discussions of ours today. What is important is that probably as a takeaway from this discussion is that the unity of position is very paramount. As I put it in the beginning in the discussion, that when we are united, when we front joint position, when we consult, we improve on our bargaining weight, and the chances of our position going through will always be there. That's the most and the likely advantage of us working together, and of course reducing the differences that we have, and that's also contribute to the solution of building a united country. And that also goes to the unity of our people. And the best people who can unite our people are actually these political groups. The role of political organization is not only to capture power and rule, but most fundamentally also is to unite the people of the country. And that's why, as leaders in the respective political groups, our messages count, especially messages of unity and our approaches to the people and the kind of solution that we want to happen. Yes, see that? Because if for instance I come from Equatoria and begin advocating for the issues of border in Abia, then even the people of Abia will ask, why should this person from Equatoria be concerned over an issue which is not his, not knowing that that land belongs to me, the fact that I'm a citizen of South Sudan. You see? So unless we approach and understand siyasa or politics on that context, then you will find that these small issues will not be part of us facing challenges. Yes, you find that positions are always constant. We have been talking about our positions right from after the RRCs after Khartoum agreement, when we worked out and the SOMA was formed, our position always been constant, what we have been demanding, and this is what we have not retracted from those positions, and that has what been keeping us going. And if there is any support that we get from the people of South Sudan, it is based on that message that we always consistently be giving to them, and we have been proven right by the fact that whatever people were talking about has not actually come to fruition. And that will not mean while positions are constant, but the strategies of achieving those positions keeps on changing. The tools of achieving those positions keep on changing. And that's why sometimes I see people, last time you are talking about this time you are talking about this, what is happening? They didn't know that what is changing, it is actually the mechanism of achieving our positions, but the positions are the same. But the forums, the mechanism for which we want those things to be addressed are the things that we are looking for. You see that? They are things that we are looking for. So basically, our positions are constant, but what it seems to be like changing the techniques or the modalities for which we wanted to achieve our position. So I want also to thank you, just like Oyuku, for hosting us, and we're looking forward for more discussions on all these issues. And we also pray that this consultation may result in something tangible that will avail an opportunity for people of South Sudan, at least to have a process, especially a peace roadmap that will finally address the problem of South Sudan and take South Sudan out of this mess that currently we're in. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, compatriot Suba and compatriot Oyek or Contasio, for this great, really briefing publicly. And I'm sure many people will really benefit from this briefing. And I want to appreciate your time, despite that the internet and also the time. I know it's quite late, but you're able to stand there to continue to give this information to the public. Is really a spirit of revolution. So for also my compatriot Bulldozer, thank you for being here and following the comment section. I appreciate this move. And let me thank all our NAS leaders and members, and plus the members of other organizations, plus the people of South Sudan and NAS sympathizers, and also not to forget the members of IO who are also watching here or following us. We also want to salute them all. And for the people of South Sudan, you have to understand that NAS will always not give up for your rights. Will not sell the case, your case, just like that for for the sake of positions. We have been there for 9 years, rejected all the the tricks that they are forcing on us. So that's why we're here. We're here for you. So thank you, my brothers and compatriots. May God bless you. I want to say to people also here in Facebook, I mean in YouTube, you've been watching for almost now 5 hours and 30 minutes. We want to say, with that being said, good night, good morning, good afternoon. Until then, bye bye. Malaysia and Magdar Kutuguna, because it's getting late and